Us. Before we get started, I want just to share with you what's going on today and what people are talking about. President Trump will not be deterred from promises made to the American people. Elon Musk and Doge under fire by firing tens of thousands of federal workers. The protest has accelerated naturally as Trump rolls back protections from illegal immigrants, transgenders, lay off thousands of federal workers. Protesters are focused on federal workers, LGBTQ rights, migrant, Ukraine, and Medicaid, and entire agenda. So that's what's going on, and that seems to be the plight. So anyway, we wanted to dive in to what's happening now live. This is like one of the protests.
We are the people. We are the people. We are the people.
When people wake up, see what's actually happening. If you voted for Trump, sorry, it's going to impact you too. Not going to do the told you so, but just figure out how we're going to fix this, because we got to come together. This is going to hurt us all.
Okay, we can't have songs on. Copyright.
I feel like the move.
Every great journey begins with a single step.
Well, that's part of what's
And that first
going
step
on.
forward.
Trying to show some of the protests, but people are protesting all over the United States. A lot is going on right now. A lot of people are angry. And I feel as though they're more angry at Trump than they were at the entire Biden's administration. And all of this is a overflow. All of this is from that previous administration. Trump has been in office for 2 months. And yes, there's a lot going on. But is this all of Trump's fault? This is amazing.
People are okay with this, and I hope that people will start to push back before it's too late.
No Trump! No KKK, no fascist USA! No Trump! No KKK, no fascist USA! No Trump! No KKK, no fascist USA! No Trump!
Resist.
Tax money that is now controlled by Elon Musk. Is it clearer? That is it too.
Women's right to bodily autonomy, immigrants' rights to be here. They make America great. Our economy is going to go so far down south if we get rid of our immigrants. So that's why I'm here fighting.
That, I think that was a
I feel a lot of hatred,
transgender.
whether it be towards trans, LGBTQ, Latinos, all types of communities have been just, there's just so much bias and hatred out there. I've been a victim of it. And I thought this was a perfect moment. History is being made right in front of me. I will come out here and I'll stand for what I believe in.
This is going on throughout the United States, all 50 states. Look at this.
There has been so much legislation passed in the past couple weeks since January 20th. Unfortunately, a lot of it, we knew it was coming. If you read Project 2025, the writing was on the wall, it was all there. But now that we're all starting to really feel those effects and see, how bad it's getting, again, we need to get that done. We need to get a hold of Washington again. We need to get people who are for the people.
I felt like it was important to come today because there's just a lot impacting several minority communities. I'm a woman, I come from an immigrant family, I have chronic illnesses. Trans rights are also at stake right now, LGBTQ rights as well. And I care about all of that, so I wanted to come out and feel like my voice was heard, and feel like I was actually doing an action.
Yes, the only minority that is ruining America is the billionaires. It's them. It's no one else except for them.
No, it's not.
I think the majority of this country is for abortion, is
No, it's not.
for
No, it's
equal
not.
opportunity for
No, we're not.
Women who are pregnant, disabled people, veterans, just all the different minority communities that just get ignored by politicians. And so I'm here today to show my support.
The majority of the country is not for abortion.
So, what do all these
That is a lie. The majority of the country is not for abortion. The majority of the country is not for same-sex marriages. Even the left and the liberals aren't all in agreement with that. They agree with marriages between a man and a woman. So a lot of things that they're saying, they're not true. They're just not true.
We need to push back. We need to enforce the laws that are on the book. That you can't just simply expand your powers as president simply by saying it and flaunting it and not obeying our very laws, our Constitution.
I want people to wake up, see what's actually happening. You know, if you voted for Trump, sorry, it's going to impact you too. I'm not going to do the told you so, but just figure out how we're going to fix this, because we got to come together. This is going to hurt us all.
Where were the protests when Biden was in office? This is just so unbelievable. Where was the outrage? Like, where was the outrage? It's like almost ridiculous that that there was no outrage throughout the country for the last 4 years of that previous administration, and all that the pain that they brought to this country is just is unimaginable. Yeah, Jerry. And they're supposed to be the
I feel like
non-violent ones.
the movement is growing. I mean, we've only had to deal with him for the last 16 days. So I think people are waking up to what we're faced with and are going to be
Delusion. You're delusional.
In 2016, you know, we didn't know what he was really going to do in office, but now we know. And yeah, I don't know. I can't understand how he got elected. I can't understand how people are okay with this.
He was voted in by
people will start to
even the popular vote
before it's too late.
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA.
Look at these people. That's not even an American flag. Look at this. I will. Thank you, Jerry. We're probably.
Women's right to bodily autonomy, immigrants' right to live here, they make America great. Our economy is going so far downhill. We get rid of our immigrants, so that's why I'm here fighting.
I've seen a lot of hatred, whether it be towards trans, LGBTQ, Latinos, all types of communities have been just, there's just so much bias and hatred out there.
Not saying black people.
And I thought, this is a perfect moment. History is being made right in front of me. I will come out here and I'll stand for what I believe in.
All 20 of them. Hey, Tom. I haven't seen you for a while. Look, I mean, this has been like, just looking at some of these people, just like you said, all 20 of them. Now, this is going on throughout the United States. Now, they are planning on having these demonstrations anti-Trump. My dilemma with all of this is, where were they for the last 4 years? They are actually trying to put this, everything that's happening on the shoulders of Trump. I mean, Trump want to take, they're out there talking about the LGBTQ. Trump want to take men out of women's sports, declare it's two genders, male and female, no more like same-sex marriages, men no longer in women bathrooms, like common sense things. And they're out there protesting against common sense. It's like, now, it's just like we're living in some kind of twilight zone. Now, these organizations have hands off. They have gathered together. I mean, it's going to be big. We're going to be back on later on to see the actual outcome of all of it. And we're taking a stance. It said like it's in all 50 states. It's in all 50 states, and they're doing these so-called protests, hands off. And this is like, let's see, nationwide rallies are going on everywhere. So we're going to be covering we want to get to Washington, D.C. They're not posting it yet. Hey, because I didn't fit there. Well, yeah. So this
we can expect today, some surprising faces might be in the crowd.
This is going to be in Washington.
Yeah, some big names are expected to be here today, Lauren and Jeff. This is getting underway in just a few hours. And like you said, this is just one of a nationwide number of protests happening today in response to recent moves by the Trump administration. Here in Boston, organizers say they are expecting up to 25,000 people to turn out for the event here in this city. So this is all planned to begin here at the Boston Common, with people gathering at the bandstand at 11 o'clock. And from there, demonstrators will march to City Hall Plaza through downtown. And there are some high-profile speakers today, including Senator Ed Markey, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll, and many more. Also, the Dropkick Murphys, they will be on hand for a short acoustic set, we're told. Now, organizers of this nationwide protest, they say this is about, quote, fighting tyranny and the forces of fascism in America, with a goal of uniting people to defend democratic institutions and marginalized communities. Local Republican strategists, though, they remain in support of President Trump's policies.
The overarching theme is called hands off. And for us in particular, we're saying hands off Boston, hands off Massachusetts, hands off America.
I think what we've seen again and again is that when President Trump makes these big, bold changes, we are the beneficiaries.
All right, well, aside from the politics, if you are going to be in downtown Boston today, do expect some traffic impacts. We are told that there are going to be some street closures right around the Common and City Hall Plaza right here downtown starting at 10:30 today. This runs through the afternoon, so definitely be mindful of that if you're in the area today. For now, reporting live from Boston Common, Matt Fortin, NBC 10 Boston.
I mean, this is really something else. Like all the protests, it's going to be nationwide. They're going to have the largest one. We're going to see like in Washington. I want to see in Washington what's going to happen there. Here go Cory Booker. He's talking about when he did that.
The power of the people is greater than the people in power. It is time to heed the words of the man I began this whole thing with, John Lewis.
A massive anti-Trump protest is planned nationwide for this Saturday, April 5th. The Hands Off movement has organized over 1,100 events across every state. Organizers expect a large turnout, with nearly 250,000 people having already RSVP'd. The movement aims to fight back against what they see as Trump and Musk's overreach. They accuse them of looting the country for their own benefit. The protests aren't just domestic. International rallies are planned in France, Canada, and Portugal. Several organizations are partnering with the Hands Off movement. Prominent groups like the United Auto Workers and Planned Parenthood are involved. The movement emphasizes a commitment to nonviolent action. One of the main rallies will be held at the Washington Monument at noon. The president of the AFL-CIO is expected to attend the Washington Monument rally.
You know what? It's like, it's just amazing that, I just find it unbelievable that people are protesting against Trump at this magnitude, and Biden didn't get any smoke. There was no energy. There was no nationwide or worldwide protests against Biden. And Biden is responsible for everything that's going on. He's responsible for it. The economy, inflation, high prices of eggs that have gone down, because I just went to the market yesterday and I paid $2.99 for a dozen of eggs. Okay, so it's going down. And Trump is busy bringing money into the country. And nobody's looking at that. They're not reporting the $55 billion from Apple, the $20 billion from Hyundai. He's expected to have $6 trillion coming back into this country. I have not seen any other president do what he is doing. And they're hollering and they're screaming about having abortions. And he gave abortions. He said, let the states handle it. He's not stopping anyone from killing their baby. He's not doing that. You know, he's allowing, he said, each state, let them vote on it. Take it out of the hands of government. So Planned Parenthood is there. You have this lady, just to show you example of the left. We're going to get to the rallies, but I want to show you example of how vicious that they say that talk about MAGA and how MAGA is they're you know, threatening, that they are causing a lot of, you know, violence and all this kind of stuff. But all the violence that I have seen, and anybody want to be honest, has come from the freaking has come from the left. They're violent. They're burning up Teslas. They're burning up Tesla stations. They're beating up people who own the cars. They didn't have anything to do with Elon. And most of the stockholders are Democrats in Tesla. So you're destroying your own company. And Musk only owns 15% of it at this time. So it's just ridiculous that you're attacking people for owning a car. They are not Elon Musk. The energy is towards the people that own it. I guess that a lot of them are afraid to drive their own cars because people are attacking not just the cars. This guy literally boxed in the 61-year-old woman and got out of his car and commenced to punching her all in her face. I mean, they are violent. And this makes no sense. This is not, and nobody is like talking about it. And even AOC, Bernie Sanders, no one is denouncing the acts of these violent behind people. This was this lady, she's from Her Patriot Voice. She was out there doing street interviews, and a pro-lifer attacked her. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show you first what happened to her. What happened to her just during the interview.
Magnitude of having a child. Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused. That's not the point. What I'm saying. That's really.
That's what's going on. That's what's going on. She was just doing a street interview, but I'm going to show you, this has been the actions of these people. And she was out there talking to this woman, and there wasn't no problem at first. This is the longer interview.
With you. I'm not disagreeing with you either. I understand. You don't get to kill the baby just because their dad didn't want them. You can. Should we kill the kids in foster care? Why not?
Listen to this.
Why not? If that's the case.
Listen to this.
Kill the kids in foster care that aren't wanted. Who's going to take care of them? I need to know the percentage of people who take children from foster care and abuse them and molest them.
So kill them from birth.
Who make them like personal slaves. You should just kill them. Statistics before you come to me talking about pro-life. You should kill the victims of molestation. I think, what does this have to do with molestation? You just mentioned people molesting children. We should kill the kids in foster care is what you said. What I'm saying is in general, overall. If I don't want to have a baby, I should have the choice to. Just don't have sex then. Just don't have sex. That's not even logical. It is. Who are you, nasty? I sound you sound dumb. Okay. It does, because even as teens, people explore.
Wait until the end of this video, you guys.
People should still have the choice. So you went from saying that my outfit was really cute to saying I'm an effing idiot. That's so mean. I think that your point of view it's very obstructed, and I think that you just don't understand the magnitude of having a child. Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused. That's not the point. What I'm saying. That's really.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. That's what they do. That's like that's the left. They're violent. finger. She's flipping him off.
She attacked my wife.
Look at this. Look at this. It's dangerous to go against the left. It really is. Look at this.
She just punched me in the face. We were just doing a street interview with my camera, and everything was fine for over 20 minutes or however long we were filming, and then she just punched me in the face.
That's sick. That's sick. They should have called the cops immediately. This is the stuff, and they're protesting, talking about rights. I mean, this woman literally, for those who didn't see it,
It's very obstructed, and I think that you just don't understand the magnitude of having a child. Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused. That's not the point. What I'm saying, that's really.
Look at that. That's crazy. I can't see anyone in agreement with that. You know, if someone's in agreement with that, then you need to really examine yourself and examine who you are. Because you should be able to have a conversation and be able to express your viewpoint without somebody putting their hands on you. See, she was the right one because somebody else would have fight back. See, that people don't do one-way fights. They should have went at her. They should have, you know, that you can't do that with everybody. She knew she could do that and get away with it with that young lady. And she's telling her that they need to kill the babies. You know, don't put them in foster care. Just kill the children. Kill them. So the taxpayers don't have to pay, but the taxpayers should pay for it. Thank you so much, Buster. As a vet, I can confirm confidently, say the single greatest threat to American rights and democracy is the Democratic Party. I agree. I freaking agree. I agree. It's the Democratic Party. This is not the same party yesteryear. And I pray in the name of Jesus that people wake up. All the Democrats are still supporting this party. This party is demonic at this point. Yeah. It's not the party when they had Robert F. Kennedy as president, or they had different leaders that were fighting for civil rights. There was no such thing 10 years ago, not until Obama, whenever he was in office, 16 years ago, there was no such thing as LGBTQ agenda. There was no LGBTQ. You had your gays or whatever, but it wasn't all same-sex marriages. It wasn't law that people could get married the same sex. There were no men and women sports. There were no men and women bathrooms. That's President Obama did that. That's President Obama. He introduced all this stuff. He didn't fight for black people or like black people think. You know, even now with Biden, he became the transgender president. Now we got men that's trying to convince us that they don't even believe what they are, but they want us to convince us what they are not. You have gay men that have decided that they want to be declared as women. They're gay men who want to be declared as women. So they gave themselves this title as transgender. So they want straight men to look at them like they're a woman just like I am. They don't look at me as a man. I'm a trans woman. No, you are a gay man that want to have sex with a straight man, but you want the society and the world to identify you as a woman. You're gay and you're a man. And that DNA, no matter what you do, will always acknowledge you as a man. And it will always acknowledge you as a woman. Period. Period. So that's how crazy. When you see this stuff happen, that's not Republicans doing that. That's not MAGA doing that. That's not MAGA. That's not any of them. And for that lady, you know, she's talking about just exterminate the babies, kill the babies, don't allow them to be born, you know, don't allow them to make a difference. How about that might be the next world leader? How about that might be someone to discover the cure for, say, breast cancer? You know, you don't know who you're eliminating. It's just, and what about people who can't have kids that want to adopt children? That wish to God they could have a kid. Let them adopt the children. But just for her having a different viewpoint, this woman literally attacked her just for, and you got to hear this conversation. This conversation is wild. She's talking to her. They're having a conversation, and she decided to put hands on her. And this is what's going on.
Really keep saying I'm an idiot. That's so mean.
I think that your point of view is very obstructed, and I think that you just don't understand the magnitude of having a child.
Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused.
That's not the point. What I'm saying.
That's really.
You have a channel?
Yeah, we're doing some interviews today.
I love your skin tone too.
Thank you. Such a good vibe.
Of course.
Well, awesome. So we're asking people's opinion today on Planned Parenthood. Are you familiar with them?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what they provide?
Yes. Abortions.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Safe abortions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know any other services that they provide?
I don't like to tease. If you're under 18, you could get like birth control, condoms, counseling. They offer a lot of, beneficial things that the youth really should use right now.
Okay. So you have a pretty positive view of Planned Parenthood.
I mean, majority. I don't know. Is this like a yes or no? Am I wrong?
Your opinion.
But yeah, that is definitely my opinion. I feel like, especially as teens, people get caught up in things that they really don't want to commit to for their entire lives. So if you get caught up with the wrong guy, you think you're in love, and then now you stuck. Not stuck, but you're stuck with a baby for the rest of it. This time, literally the rest of their lives and your life. If you're that kind of mother, because some women just don't have it in them and they abandon them and abuse them and all kind of shit. And it's like, girl, just get rid of it if you know you're going to do that.
Get rid of them? Why not just get rid of another family? That's good.
No, but exactly even that. And that's another option that Planned Parenthood offers. So it's like, if you know that you are not the being who can provide for this child, then there are alternative options out there for you. So I definitely understand why people do abort children. Don't have babies that you don't want. Don't have babies that men are telling you in front of your face that they do not want. I wish women would stop doing that. Like it's like a plan to.
Why don't they just stop having sex with people they don't want to have a child with?
That too. To me, it's always pro-choice, your body, your life, because that baby is gonna be a baby.
Yeah,
and you're gonna have that
person.
So
yeah. Well, do you know that Planned Parenthood gets nearly $700 million of our taxpayer money every year?
$700 million. I mean, honestly, I can't go against Planned Parenthood. I just can't. $700 million for how many single mothers?
Of our money. But they're not giving it to single mothers, though.
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna just, single out where it is that our tax dollars go, then the police, respectfully.
So it's really interesting because since 2010, prenatal care has been down for 80% since 2010 at Planned Parenthood. Adoption referrals. So this is why this is research straight from their yearly report of 2022 to 2023, I believe it is. And so they're 501c3. They have to tell us what they do every single year. So this is straight.
Which should be any union corporation. If we are paying tax dollars towards you, I need to know that you are doing the job and doing it correctly.
Right. Let me continue to tell you. So the STI testing and treatment down 15% since 2019. Client numbers down overall 34% since 2006.
Nobody has insurance. I don't have insurance.
Donors down 21%. Contraceptives down 44%. Breast screenings, manual breast exams down over 80%. And you mentioned adoption. They commit 228 abortions for every one adoption referral. So why are they getting so much more money yet all of their services are going down?
Their services are going down because people are afraid. Women,
what are they afraid of?
Women don't know. They don't know what they're exposing their bodies to. A lot of people, especially behind abortion, there's a stigma.
But their abortions are going up. So they used to have this slogan where they said safe, legal, and rare. That's what we want. Safe, legal, and rare abortions, until it was exposed that a lot of these facilities were requiring abortion quotas. So the more abortions each facility did, the more praise that they would get. They would get awards. And so it's really interesting. That doesn't really make it seem like they want safe, legal, and rare abortions.
How many people can you think or are you gonna assume will literally abandon their children with no repercussions from the state?
No, it's called safe haven baby boxes. We're at a fire station or hospital. You can leave your baby and the mother doesn't have to do anything with it. But that's better than killing your baby through abortion, right?
No, ma'am.
It's not better to give your baby up to a family who wants them instead of killing them?
No, ma'am. I've seen so many stories and countless, literally like countless stories.
What happens in an abortion?
They literally suck the life out of you. They're gonna take the whole baby out. And as they should, because I shouldn't be a taxpayer paying child support and food stamps and WIC for
you should be a taxpayer paying for abortion?
Exactly. But as for a woman who didn't want the baby in the first place, that doesn't make sense to me. Don't ever sit here and lock yourself down with a man who already told you he doesn't want to be with you.
I agree with you.
I'm not disagreeing with you either. I understand.
You don't get to kill the baby just because their dad didn't want them.
You can.
Should we kill the kids in foster care? And
why not? Why not? If that's the case.
Listen to this.
In foster care that are wanted.
Who's gonna take care of them? I need to know the percentage of people who take children from foster care and abuse them and molest them, who makes them like personal slaves.
You should just kill them.
Statistics before you come to me talking about pro-life.
You should kill the victims of molestation.
I think, what does this have to do with molestation?
You just mentioned people molesting children.
This is crazy.
Here's what you said.
What I'm saying is in general, overall. If I don't want to have a baby, I should have the choice to just don't have sex then.
She said kill the kids.
That's not even logical.
It is.
Who are you, nasty?
I sound dumb.
Okay. It does, because even as teens, people explore. And it's like, as funny as you want to be, people should still have the choice.
So you went from saying that my outfit was really cute to saying I'm an effing idiot. That's so mean.
I think that you did. View it's very obstructed, and I think that you just don't understand the magnitude of having a child.
Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused.
That's not the point. What I'm saying.
That's really.
See, that's who they are. I mean, this is just unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Oh my God.
This is crazy.
She attacked my wife.
Your wife is attacking me.
Why is
it following me? Why are you following me?
She just punched me in the face. We were just doing a street interview with my camera and everything was fine for over 20 minutes or however long we were filming, and then she just punched me in the face.
See, that's the problem that I have. It's just so unbelievable how far everyone is going with this outrage. The outrage is like on another level. It's just, it doesn't make any sense where the anger is coming from. I don't understand it. To take and to attack that woman like that is just unthinkable. That someone would be that violent because they're, you know, if you feel like abortion is your thing, then okay. That's between you and God. But to actually feel like you're going to attack this woman like that because she's not in agreement with, you know, eliminating a child, that's crazy. And that seems to be the attitude. It's like, if you don't agree with me, the anger is on another level. And that's how I even see this hands-off rally. Like, I can agree with federal workers. I don't believe that Elon should have been able to do a clean sweep of federal jobs. But everything else that Trump is doing for this country, I mean, he's doing a phenomenal job. And he's only been in office 2 months, and everybody expected him to clean up all of the open borders, all of the immigrants, all of this mess that has been going on. But no one has held this freaking Biden and the Democrat administration. Even now, they still aren't bringing anything to the table. They still aren't saying, okay, what's the alternative? What can we do as a party for the betterment of American citizens? Ask one of them. What have they done? They're still running against Trump. I mean, he's the president. He's the president. And they still act like the campaign is still going on. And it's not. He won. Trump won. He won. And they still at it. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to wait for them to get to Washington, D.C. But the rallies are going on in 50 states around the country.
I didn't have all the power at the time. I didn't have all the money. I experienced homelessness during my campaign. And as many of you know, even after I was elected, I couldn't find a place to live in D.C. because the housing costs were too high.
That was Bidenomics.
The thing is, we won.
Bidenomics did that to you.
We didn't have all the power. When we woke up and saw, it was Twitter at this time, when we woke up and saw on Twitter that a black man, George Floyd, had been lynched in broad daylight. We didn't have all the power, but we still took to the streets to say that Black Lives Matter. They didn't have all the power.
What?
When a gunman walked into Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in Parkland, Florida, and murdered 17 students, children, and teachers. But the students rose up, demanded that we end gun violence, and the world didn't just watch, the world marched to end gun violence. I say this because a lot of times when you don't have all the power that you want, you use all the power that you got. And that's what we have to do in this moment. We need to use everything in our toolbox. We can't afford to brush aside any part of our movement. We need mutual aid. We need protests. We need direct action. We need a legislative strategy. We need to be in the courts litigating because I promise you, our opposition are not leaving any tools in their toolbox. They're using everything they have. And it's insane because there is such international solidarity in the right-wing fascist movement. January 6th here, January 8th in Brazil, funded by a lot of the same people and organized by a lot of the same people. But here's the thing, their movement is run by fear, trying to push us against one another. They would have our people believe that the reasons we can't afford rent, the reason we can't afford healthcare, the reason we can't afford groceries is because of other people in our own communities. Yes, we know that this system is rigged and the status quo doesn't work for Americans.
I have to pause that because I think people have lost their minds. Trump was sworn into office on January the 20th. All of these gripes and all of these complaints are directed at the previous administration. So everything that he's talking about, that these people act like Trump has been a president for the last 4 years. For the last 4 years. So your grocery bills and you say you're in Washington and you couldn't afford rent, that's Bidenomics. You couldn't buy eggs, Bidenomics. Inflation, Bidenomics. Economy, Bidenomics. These people he opened up the borders and allowed over 14 million homeless people to come inside of this country.
All genders do not have both inner feminine and masculine energy.
That's Bidenomics. It's all Bidenomics, and they're protesting against a president that's only been in office for a little over 60 days. It seemed like they lost their minds. I couldn't do it.
No, it's not working.
It seemed like I don't know if you could do it on here, but I don't see like the release, what's going on. Like it's just so unbelievable. Like what is happening now is like people they want to protest, like they said Planned Parenthood, they're out there. Did you just see the lady that used to keep walking in front each time? Did you see the lady? You got to go around it. Did you see the lady that, excuse me, did you see the lady that just got punched in the face and everything? They're out there. How is that a representation of Planned Parenthood? They're out there. It's like hands off, hands off. He has bringing costs down. He's bringing jobs in. Did they see the job report? Did they see all the jobs that came in? Do they understand what Trump is doing when he did his report to have these other countries pay their fair share? That they're overcharging Americans in these tariffs? You got over 170 countries that charge us tariffs. And we got a president that's like, okay, we're paying all this money to all these countries. They're overcharging us in tariffs. And soon as we hit back and say, okay, make it fair. Make it fair. Make it fair. Make it fair. Y'all got to let him be president and let him do what he's doing. We got plenty of time to take and criticize and all that. But we need to support our president. You know what we look like to the rest of the world? But we supported Biden. If we could support Biden, and none of these people had one thing to say, you can't tell me that that man was a freaking good president. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Where was all this energy? You know, MAGA should have been out there. The Republicans, they should have had a march on everything that was going on, but they didn't. They didn't. And now he's in office, and now you're going to try to hold him responsible. And guess what? It's not going to work, because Trump is not going to be deterred from whatever's going on. He's going to keep doing what he's doing because American people voted for him. And he's keeping his promises. And there's no way that we can continue with $36 trillion in debt. There's no way that we can continue making money or spending money. We can't do it. We are broke. The United States is broke. And you got a president, wake up, that's trying to get money back into this country. That not trying, he is getting money back into this country. Here, from day one, he got $55 billion coming in. $22 billion coming from Hyundai, Apple. He got Mark Zuckerberg, Apple, billions of dollars. All these companies, billions of dollars. Made in America. Then you don't have to deal with the terrorists. That's helping the fishermen. It's helping the farmers. It's helping American citizens. American citizens. And they so busy talking about rights. What about American rights? What about the rest of our rights? What about our rights? What about, hey, try this on. What about women's rights? What about women's rights? Why do transgenders have more rights than women? Transgender women have more rights than biological women. Why is that? Why do they take precedence over women? Women can't even play in the sport. And they got a full-blown 6'5" man that says, they got a 6'5" gay man that declared that he's a woman and he get to play against women. That's insanity. And that's nothing against they could be a frog if they want to. But don't say you're a woman and we're supposed to go along with the delusion. You don't want to believe what you are, but you want us to believe what you are not. You're not a woman. And you want us to believe it, but you don't want to believe that you are a man. Or vice versa. Or a woman that wants to be a man, that we're supposed to believe that she's a man. But she's a woman. So that's the kind of crazy that's going. They want to protest this nonsense that goes against God, that goes against scripture, that goes against Jesus, that goes against principles, morals. It goes against everything. And guess what? Most black people, we sitting this out. We're not out there. They might have that one representative. You're going to always find a black person. But black people not out there. We're not out there. Because this is ridiculous. You know, they talking about some rights. The only people I feel for are federal workers. Those are living wage jobs. I think Elon Musk should have been more strategic. He should have given it to the bosses, the managers, the supervisors, and he should have went to each agency and allowed them to see what's needed and what's not. But to do a clean sweep, you don't do it like that. I think he was so busy trying to get rid of waste, he got rid of people that, that needed to be there. And that's why people are getting rehired back. It was too zealous, in what he was doing. So that's the problem I have. But as far as with Trump, what he's doing, he's keeping his word. He's a man of his word. And he's doing what the American people want. We want to close borders. Guess what? It's like 95%, or it might be more than that. The borders are closed. Okay, we could not continue with this mass invasion into this country only because we can't afford it. Because they're homeless. Who has to take care of them? The American people. Who's not being taken care of? The American people are not being taken care of. And now they want to be out there and complain about housing and inflation. And this didn't start 2 months ago. This didn't start 2 months ago. This has been going on for the last 4 years under that Democratic leadership. And even now, they still have no answers. Their only answers always Trump this, Trump that. They have no policy. They have no different ideas. They have nothing. They're not bringing anything to the table. Nothing to the table. They're not, these people out there, I don't know, where was your outrage when he was in office? And now the books are coming out talking about how this man was mentally not fit for duty.
Tax breaks that benefits nobody but themselves.
Listen to this. And the Democrats are the rich people.
Immigrants are stealing our jobs, but they're the ones shipping jobs overseas and hiring corporate lawyers.
Bringing jobs back to America.
They're the ones that are screwing us over on the jobs. They tell us that trans people are a threat to our children.
They are.
They're the ones dismantling public education.
They are.
They're the ones denying
the
climate crisis. They're the ones
they're teaching them a lie.
They're the ones doing nothing about the national public health emergency of gun violence. And they want us to believe that they're the patriots of free speech. But they're the ones kidnapping and disappearing college students across this country that are just fighting for peace to ensure that innocent people don't die. The message is simple, and I've been traveling the country. I went to Michigan with my good friend Senator Chris Murphy to a Republican district, and the message is simple. We're in this situation not because of our neighbors. I promise you, your bank account looks a lot more like your trans neighbors or your immigrant neighbors, and nothing like Elon Musk's. In fact, we're all closer to being on the streets than having a bank account that looks like his.
Or Nancy Pelosi.
How do you think he got to where he's at?
Jasmine Crockett. Or
I have people who
Bill
come up to me and say, Maxwell, why would they be stealing? Elon Musk is already the richest person in the world. He has enough money. The question is, how do you think he became the richest person in the world? And, Elon doesn't like me. If you told me 5 years ago that the richest man on earth would be tweeting about me, it goes to show Elon's a great example that money can't buy you happiness, and money can't buy you a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat either. But I'll tell you, our way out of this is not to back down, it's not to be silent, it is not to be divided. Throughout human history, authoritarians, they're never satisfied with the power that they have. And so they test the bounds, they push the limits, they break the law, and then they look at the public to see if they're quiet or if they're loud. If we are quiet, if elected officials are quiet, then we are complicit. And we cannot be complicit in the tearing apart of Medicaid, of Social Security, of food stamps, of nutritional assistance, of the things that we fought for and earned. This is why Democrats in the House and across the country, we can't be and we are not the minority party. We must be the opposition in this moment. And then in less than 2 years, we will become the majority.
No, you won't.
And I'll tell you this, Elon Musk was on the news the other day saying, well, if the Democrats win, it's just going to be subpoenas and investigations. It's the one thing he's right about. You're damn right there's going to be subpoenas. You're damn right there's going to be investigations. Because when you steal from the people, expect the people to rise up at the ballot box and on the streets.
Same old bull crap. Every 4 years, the same bull crap.
I'm not going to be the one to sit here and say everything is going to be okay. Because to be honest, there's going to be a lot of people, and there's already a lot of people who are not okay, who are suffering from this authoritarian right-wing regime that is trying to have a billionaire takeover of our government. But the good thing is we are not alone. Not just in this moment and in this crowd, but I mean we're not alone in the grand mosaic of humanity and timeline of justice. We stand alongside the water protectors, the freedom fighters, the anti-war warriors, the labor organizers, and movements of working people throughout human history that have seen the world through the eyes of the most vulnerable and said, we are all together. We are not divided and we are not apart.
You're dividing the nation now, dude.
And it's not going to be easy. And I know this coming from a movement. You know, I got involved in politics when I was 15 years old because I didn't want to get shot in school. I was a part of the movement for 10 years and still part of the gun violence prevention movement. That the time when the most people give a damn about our issue is coupled when there's the most death and chaos. A movement when the country is paying attention to us. This is what's going on right now. I always tell people, the testament of an organizer is what you do when nobody's paying attention. But the testament of a movement is what you do when the world is watching. And the world is watching our country right now.
We finally have a president.
There will be times when we feel discouraged. There will be times where we feel disappointed. But when those feelings overcome you, think about this moment. Think about our people. Think about our stories. And think about the people who came before us. And in my mind, I always think about the amazing Angela Davis when she said, I am no longer accepting what I cannot change. I am changing what I cannot accept. So to the people, can you accept cuts to Social Security? Can you accept cuts to Medicare and Medicaid? Can we accept the rise of right-wing authoritarians in this country? Can we accept them banning the books in our libraries? Can we accept them trying to ethnically cleanse the people from the land? Can we accept kids being mowed down in their schools? Well, it sounds like we have a lot of damn work to do. God bless you all. Let's continue to fight, and we will win. Thank you.
You already lost. You already lost. They still...
Please welcome Move On Executive Director, Rana Epting.
Hello, DC! I'm Rana, and I'm with Move On. Who's the Move On member? Raise your hand. That's right, because at Move On, we believe in the power of the people. We believe in the power of collective action, and that's what today is all about. Look, we know Trump and Musk and the Republicans have been launching an all-out flood-the-zone strategy to overwhelm us with attacks on Social Security, Medicaid, on other critical services.
They have not
and
attacked none of those. Stop fear-mongering.
They want us. They want us to feel helpless. They want us to be hopeless. They want us to feel alone in our concerns. Are we alone? Are we helpless? Hell no. Are we hopeless? No, because when we come together, we are powerful, and thank you for being here today. Look, Trump and Musk, they're doing everything to consolidate their power. You know that. You know that. They're firing tens of thousands of federal employees. They're threatening to get rid of more. They're trying to eliminate the Department of Education, leaving students, parents, and teachers out in the cold in favor of making their billionaire backers richer and richer. And now they're attempting to silence our neighbors in the workforce all across the country by taking away their voice on the job. Are we going to stand for that? But as we know, the working people united will never be divided, will never be defeated. And you're about to hear from some incredible leaders of unions here today. We'll be joined alongside with working people who've been directly affected at the hands of Trump and Musk. They're not just fighting for their members, they are fighting for all of us, folks. So please give a big, hearty welcome to the stage, AFL-CIO President Liz Shuler, NEA President Becky Pringle, National Nurses United President Kathy Kennedy, NFFE President Randy Irwin, and AFGE President Everett Kelly, along with their members.
Yeah! Wow, what a beautiful sight! Thank you so much! I'm Liz Shuler, President of the AFL-CIO, America's Unions. And I'm so honored to be here with all of you and with all of our labor activists and leaders here to bring the voice of not just our 63 unions and nearly 15 million workers, but of every working person in this country. So listen, this administration wants us, they want us to think that these cuts are about a bunch of bureaucrats, that these cuts don't matter to workers and families across the country. Well, I'm up here today next to workers who are the human face of what is going on. The people who make our lives better, who serve our communities, and whose lives have been turned upside down by this administration. People like Shanice Mundell, who's standing right here next to me, an Air Force veteran, someone who served this country and then went to work for the federal government, the Office of Personnel Management, a proud AFGE union member. She made sure people got their health care until this administration fired her. Does that make sense to anyone here? Listen, ever since this election, I keep hearing about how divided working people are. But the people I talk to every day, teachers, nurses, construction workers, engineers, sanitation workers, people with every kind of job and every kind of background, what I hear is the exact opposite. We could not be more united in what matters to us. And I see it. I see it. I have not met one person. I've not met one person who says, yes, it makes sense for a CEO to make 268 times what I make while I live paycheck to paycheck. I have not met one person who says, yes, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos need more tax breaks, and that money should come from my mom's Medicare or Social Security.
Give it to the illegals.
I have not met one person who says, yes, please, let an unelected billionaire take a chainsaw to the jobs that my community counts on. The jobs that keep my food safe, that make my water clean. Get rid of the workers who care for our veterans, our heroes, when they come back from serving our country. It makes no sense. So to every working person here and everyone watching, I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican and independent, do you want common sense from your government? Are you sick and tired of a government that is not of, by, and for the people, but of, by, and for the billionaires? Are you ready to do something about it? That's what I thought. They have billions of dollars. But what we saw on Tuesday night in Wisconsin gives me hope. Because our votes are not for sale. Our values are not for sale. And our rights and our freedoms are not for sale. So are you ready to fight? You ready to win? I'd love to have Shanice say a few words about her experience, and then I'll introduce our next speaker.
All right. Thanks everyone for coming out. I just want to thank you all and let you know that I'm happy that you're in the fight with us. I may not get my job back, but I'm going to fight for the employees that are still there because they deserve it as well. And I'm going to make sure that everyone knows what's going on because when we fight, we win.
And now it's my joy to introduce an absolute fighter for our nation's kids, someone who protects not only our educators, our students, but all working people in this country, the president of the National Education Association, Becky Pringle.
The view from up here is magnificent.
And it means nothing.
Of all the civil rights for which this world has fought and died for 5,000 years, the right to learn is the most fundamental. The freedom to learn has been bought by bitter sacrifice. So whatever you might think about the curtailment of other civil rights, you must fight to the last ditch to keep open the right to learn. Those words spoken by W.E.B. Du Bois over a century
Always
ago
find the ones to
are
speak,
still
don't
true today. I am Becky Pringle, and I am most proud of having taught eighth graders the wonders of science for 31 years. And I am honored to be the president of this nation's largest labor union, the National Education Association. I am joined here on stage by teachers and education support staff. And we are joined by the 3 million people who have dedicated their lives to teaching and nurturing, counseling and feeding, driving and taking care of this nation's 50 million students. And we're all here to say, hands off our public schools.
We're not working. The schools are not working. The kids are dumb.
The NEA has called out Donald Trump and Elon Musk and WWE czar. You can't make this stuff up.
The schools.
Linda McMahon's brazen attempts to undermine public education in America. Their devastating, dangerous, and disrespectful mass firing of half of our public servants in the Department of Education. We all know that will hurt all students in all rural and all urban and all suburban schools across this country. We know that class sizes will soar and arts and music and after-school programs will be diminished. Job training programs will disappear. Higher education will be further out of reach for most Americans. And our most vulnerable children, our children with disabilities, will be left adrift without desperately needed special education services. And the civil rights of our students will be eroded. There, what is? That's why the NEA and our partners sue them. Hands off Donald Trump. Hands off Elon Musk. Hands off Linda McMahon. I just left Kentucky where we were celebrating their success. 120 counties, every one of them voted no to vouchers.
Yeah, keep
They
the kids.
said loudly
Yeah,
and
keep
clearly,
the kids.
we love our
Keep the
public
kids
schools.
gone.
Hands off our schools.
They're failing.
All right, we are just listening
This
in
is
live here
crazy.
in Washington, D.C., as this is just one of several protests today against President Donald Trump's administration happening all across the country. We did want to share this live look with you. We also...
It's crazy. Like what they're saying, the schools are failing. They're failing. And they tell my hands off our schools. So we're going to keep doing the same thing, expecting a difference. They say that's called insanity.
We're going to listen into this here as this march is going to begin at the front of the Capitol and head to the ICE headquarters. We'll be right back.
This is the stuff that's going on. It doesn't make any sense. Like she's talking about education. We pump so much money into our educational system, but our kids are failing. They're not learning. And then you're going to bring 14 million homeless people into the country and put them into the schools. They don't increase the budgets when they bring these school kids. They can't speak the language. Now the teachers have the task of trying to communicate to children that don't even understand English. So that holds back our children who are already held back. They're held back ever since freaking pandemic. They haven't recovered from that. And then you put these other kids that's gonna have priority over the American kids. So that's just keeping American children, they're getting dumber and dumber. They're not keeping up with the pace of the rest of the world. The rest of the world, those children are learning multiple languages. They're speaking languages fluently. They have like 2 or 3 languages underneath their belts. The kids around the world, they're soaring. They are soaring in math and history and education. They're soaring. And Trump is saying, look, it's not working. Our kids aren't learning. We need to revamp the whole thing because we're putting the money in, but we're getting nothing in return. And they're standing around. And I respect teachers. This is not against the teachers or the teachers union, but you got to do something differently. The children aren't learning. You know, you want to throw you more focus on LGBTQ, making the children transgenders, telling the kids they can have 2 babies, baby daddies. They got 2 baby mommies. You know, you're telling the kids they don't have to, they could go to school and they need to focus on their sexuality instead of their lessons. They care more about that than they care about the actual educating of the kids. They're not focused on the education of the children. The parents are sending their kids to school, expecting the kids to learn. They're not even communicating with the parents that they're encouraging their kids to perhaps explore a different gender. That's not even being discussed with the parents. The parents don't even know when they send their kids to school what's going on at these schools. We got, they want to protest. We got the Palestinian March. You got Planned Parenthood. I mean, they want to fight more about abortion than saving the lives of those of the unborn. How about don't have sex unless you're getting married? How about taking birth control pills? How about stop having unprotected sex? And then if you have the baby, you get pregnant, how about just giving the baby up for adoption? It's like we're taking away women's rights. Women have a right to go in the bathroom without a man being in there. That's how I feel. That's my right. I have a right to go into a spa and some man's not sitting in there and he's taking his clothes off. And they're trying to tell me I'm supposed to accept that. This is how backwards this world is. And they're out here thinking you're not fighting for Americans. The Americans put President Trump into office. He even won the popular vote. He won all swing states. So their agenda, they're still fighting like they're still running for the presidency. And guess what Trump said? Trump don't care what they doing out there. They can have their big day, hands-off day. But guess what? He's still going to continue moving forward. He's going to continue moving forward. So they could jump up and down, roll around, and cry wolf and all that they're doing. But what they don't have any solutions. Where are the Democratic Party leaders? Where's Hakeem Jeffries? Where's Jasmine Crockett? Where's AOC? Where are all these Bernie Sanders? Where are they at? Where are they at? Why don't they give them the answers that they're looking for? Give them the answers that they're looking for. Give them the answers. Will we want to keep on spiraling down? Would they want to continue to keep the borders open? And we can't afford the people that live here as it is? No solutions. Only thing they're doing is getting violent, getting angry. You even have the leaders cursing and cussing like they don't know what a dictionary is. They went to school for years to get law degrees, all kinds of degrees. And they're acting like they ratchet, like they're from the streets. And these are your representatives. I have a problem with that. I want my representative to be respectful. And guess what? The representative is not just a representative of the Democrats. You have Republicans and independents in these same districts. And they're supposed to represent all the people. But they have one focus, one agenda, and it's theirs. They want the world to continue to crash. They want the wars to continue in Ukraine. They want the war to continue in Gaza. They don't want peace. They don't want Trump to even try to stop the wars. They want men and women bathrooms. They want men and women sports. They want to have all the abortions. Like there's no such thing in 2025 as birth control. Abortion shouldn't be your only option. And that's not invading on women's rights. If you're an adult woman, you have a responsibility to make sure that you don't get pregnant. Now, kids or children have sex and things happen. They're not on birth control. But for them to stand up there and they're like fighting for something as grotesque as abortion, that's not a good thing. It's nothing great about abortions, going through that type of experience. It's nothing good about that. That's going to follow them for the rest of their lives. That's a human being. So they need to look at it like that. And these people are out of their minds, and they show it more and more every day. The protesters, they targeting people. It's crazy, like what's going on. It's getting out of hand. But I'm going to get back to that because we'll get back to the protest. This is going to be going on for a minute. But it's like, this is like unbelievable. It's like, where were these people while all this stuff was going on? Trump is not the cause of all of this chaos. He's not the cause of it.
It's supposed to be taking place nationwide where they expect over 1 million people to participate. Now, specifically, the protest mission is to say, we must stop Trump and Musk's illegal billionaire power grab. Now, they're saying they want hands off of Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, our jobs, our wallets, our bodies, cancer research, our neighbors, and a whole host of other things.
Yeah, he's crashing it. They'll recover.
Black Americans have something to say about it. Check it out.
Right now, black people. No, we already had this conversation. Don't you take your tail and go march nowhere. We are on nap session. We don't have no capes, okay? We ain't Captain Saving nobody, okay? We ain't going. Do you understand what I'm saying? We ain't
We're going to march in the United States on April 5th. 1 million people.
Sit your black down.
Since you saw there was a small snippet of a compilation of black content creators basically saying, black people, this is not your business. And as the brother said at the end, sit your black down, right? And I would say, yes, that is not our fight. Now, of course, the 92%, that's the women, black women who voted for Kamala, the 78%, the black men who voted for Kamala. They're mad and they're saying, we're not getting involved in anything anymore in this country because no one on the other side, whether you're immigrants, Asians, or anybody else, y'all didn't come help us, so we're not going to help you. Then there's a lot of other people who did not vote for Kamala that maybe sat on the couch, or some that voted for Trump that was like, yeah, this ain't got nothing to do with us. Y'all being everybody else who's supposed to be participating in this march, y'all never show up for us. But now y'all expect for us to show up, and let's keep it a buck. Black Americans, yeah, we own the blueprint to romping and stomping and marching and protesting. We always have done that, but rarely does anybody else come to help us. Now, I will go a step further and say this. Black people, while April 5th is going on and all these other people saying, hands off, we need to be sitting down at the table with our family and our friends and saying, okay, what can we do to push the ball forward for our own community? How do we go about building black businesses? How do we go about snatching that $2 trillion dollars out of the oppressor's pocket and putting it back into ours? How do we take that $2 trillion that's also in the Asian community, the Arab and Hispanics, because they set up shop in our neighborhoods? How do we get that money and put it into our own black businesses? See, that's what we need to be doing on April 5th. Now, ain't the time to be sitting down eating popcorn, Netflixing and chilling and kikiing and ha-haing and popping fans all over the place. We need to really be sitting down and say, okay, now we got our own attention. What do we do with it? So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that.
93% of black people voted for Kamala and Tampon Tim. And they offer nothing to the black community. They never offer anything to the black community. Kamala was the worst vice president, I think, in the history of the United States. And even when she was running, she said she wasn't going to do anything for black people. Biden, on the other hand, should never have been president of the United States. Black people should never have supported him. He was the author of the 1994 crime bill that caused mass incarceration of black people. When we put that man in office, and now they got a book out, everybody, they knew he was suffering from dementia. And everything that's going on did not happen in the last 2 months. This is not on Trump. And that's why I started this channel, because I said they're going to try to blame Trump for everything that past administration is responsible for. You know, that Bidenomics that Kamala said was working? Well, it's not. This is resting on their shoulders. All they kept doing, like we were a cash cow for the world. All they kept doing, Ukraine, you get 350 billion. Brazil, you get $1 billion. Gaza, you get millions and billions. We'll just give out money to the point that we have no more money to give. And none of them have made any type of deals with any other countries as far as tariffs or anything to have money coming back into this nation. There's no way that you can keep getting, that's like going to your job and you're paying all your bills, but your job is never giving you any more money. That's what we're doing. We're just giving out money and nothing is coming back. You can't keep giving out money and have nothing coming back. It doesn't work like that while the rest of the world is prospering off of the United States of America. They're making money while we're giving out all the money till we're bankrupt. Like they said, the Bank of America is closed. It's closed. We don't have money. And then they're so happy. They like, oh, we won the seat of Wisconsin, the judge. Oh, well, guess what? You lost everything else and you're going to continue to lose because you have nothing to run on. You have no solutions. When you want to support a leader, you want a leader to be a problem solver. Trump is a problem solver. We don't understand the tariffs on the level he does, but it's working. Everyone that knows about money, all these leading people that you could look at that's in that field, that knows Wall Street, they said what he is doing is genius. What he's doing, he's causing the market to crash intentionally. He's doing this stuff intentionally because now the other countries will negotiate with us. And he's being fair with them. They will negotiate. Why are we giving $250 billion to Canada for what? And then they're charging us these high tariff prices. And they don't want to accept ours. We have to stop. You have someone in office that's actually bringing money into this country. Yes, we're going through birthing pains. Yes, I don't like everything that's going on. Yes, I do call it out. But in all, it's still all going to work out for our good. We're heading actually in the right direction. Should all the federal workers, because of Elon coming in, I think that he's been an eyesore to Trump. Like him coming in has been, he's doing good work. He's finding all this waste. We have over 2 million people that are illegal immigrants on our Social Security. They're on our Social Security. We have people on Social Security that have died 100 years ago and they're still on Social Security. So they're finding out waste. They find that they get $22 million for Sesame Street. We're giving $40 million cash payment to the Taliban, hear that, per week. Cash payment to terrorists that Biden started in 2021. There's now $6.3 billion we have given. Cash can't be traced. So when you got a president, instead of support him. The people that's fighting for their jobs, they're going to get their jobs back. A lot of the federal workers, if they're needed and they're a necessity, they're going to get those jobs back. And unions do work. A lot of those jobs have union backing. They're going to work, but there is waste in the government. Now he's going to go after, they keep talking about billionaires and millionaires, and they want to talk about Elon. Let's talk truth. And we're going to get back to the protest, but I'm sorry. Let's talk truth. You know who's the billionaires and millionaires? That's the Democrat Party. Don't let them fool you. Who could come up with in 3 months, $1.5 billion? The Democrat Party came up with that amount of money for Kamala in 3 months. 2 months, she didn't even speak. Trump only spent $382 million and he ran against 2 people. Biden, and then he had to run against Kamala. He didn't have the donors. The only person that gave to him, I think, bent over, I can't think of the lady's name, and then it was Elon. But the Democrats, they had Beyonce, billionaire, Oprah, billionaire, Bill Gates, billionaire, Mark Cuban, billionaire. They had Apple, billionaire. They had Facebook, billionaire. They had all the billions. They had, and guess what? All the stars, they had all Hollywood, multi-millionaires. The music industry, multi-millionaires. Now Elon's going to investigate them. How are all them multi-millionaires that's sitting in Congress off of their salaries? So y'all, they are the ones, and they talking about, they want to single out Elon Musk. Elon doesn't have the money that they have combined. Individually, he has money, but they have more money combined than he does. All these billionaires. And they keep on trying to direct you to focus on him. Trump is not even getting a paycheck just for they doing this stuff for free. That's why they can't buy them. They can't buy them. See, they like Biden because Biden was off 40% of his presidency. He didn't even do the job. He wasn't even running the country. Y'all all know it. But y'all didn't how didn't you complain about him when he was the cause of inflation? Him and Kamala, who was the deciding vote for the inflation. Y'all need to be honest. That's why this is called Speak the Truth 2.0. And I can admit, I voted for Biden and Kamala. Not only did I vote for them, I campaigned, I canvassed, I did speeches, I held rallies. I'm a leader. I'm a legislative director. I had people working under me, and we were like doing everything to get that man elected. But I did not know that the intentions of that party was to open up the borders. If I had known that, I would have campaigned against them the last time. I would have campaigned against them. But I didn't know because I was believing mainstream media. Everything they were saying about Trump, that he's a dictator, he's Hitler, and all this stuff, that they were, you know, when you hear it over and over again, people start believing it. That he was a liar. He wants, you know, like he just was going to destroy America. He had his own agenda, and you know, all dictator, threat to democracy, all that stuff. I was believing all of it. All of it. I thought MSNBC, CNN, ABC, I thought they were, well, forgive me, I thought they were honest. I'm like, why would they lie to the people? But they did. They did. They're the wolves in sheep clothing of the Democratic Party. I will never vote for them again. And they still don't have answers. They still don't have leadership. All they do is fire, fire, pants on fire. All they do is cry wolf about stuff that they have done. They are responsible for the crap that's going on. Elon would have to come in and try to get rid of the waste if they were doing their job. He wouldn't have to do what he's doing. Trump wouldn't have to come in and not waste any time, because that's how dire need that we're in as the United States of America. They're moving like this because it has to be done. And somebody has to do it. And I don't think it's anybody else that would have been elected smart enough to do what they are doing. They're actually saving America, is what they're doing. These people were running America into the ground. They destroyed the economy. They destroyed the border. They destroyed inflation. They destroyed the health care system. They destroyed everything, and now they're trying to put it on this man's back. And they've been running the country for 12 of the last 16 years. They are responsible for this LGBTQ movement. They're responsible for a transgender movement. This is all, everything. This is all them. And they're going to get up there. And I hate when they get find their little black people or person, this person, they want to put up as a poster child. Just like they did for DEI, which is not a black issue. DEI does not benefit black people. It benefited white women. And then the Latinos and the Asians and the veterans and disabled and indigenous. Black people were number 9 on the list. We're the face of movements, but it don't benefit us as a people. And that's the truth. So when they say boycott Target, I go to Target as much as I can. They say boycott Amazon, I'm shopping. You know, it's not us. It doesn't benefit. And when black people are not back in the 60s, we're educated. We have our degrees, our multiple degrees with doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, business owners. We're all of it. And multi-millionaires. You know how many multi-millionaires we have? We have money. We have wealth. Black people have wealth. So it's not like it was. You don't want us to spend in your business. Guess what? We can blow up in our own. Black people, we have wealth. But we spend it in everybody's businesses. And don't get any respect while doing it. You know, Trump said, okay, I want everybody to be treated on the same accord on merit. Okay, let's go with merit. Let's be one nation under God. How about in this election, guess who came together? Do y'all know who came together in this past election that put this man in office? It was black people, white people, Asians, Indians, indigenous, Latinos, veterans, and even some LGBTQ. put him in office. The people put him in office. You don't win a popular vote unless the people put you in office. We voted him into office to do what he is doing. And guess what? That we're not accustomed to, a man of his word. Trump is keeping his word. That's what he's doing. He's keeping his word. He's fighting for us. And we can't see it. He got to fight America, and he got to fight overseas. They don't want him to put tariffs on them, because then they have to pay their fair share. Y'all don't want them to pay their fair share? Really? Democrats need to do their freaking homework and stop being so damn angry and understand what's going on. The fight is not against the president. Call him out. That's why it's wonderful to be in America. But then don't try to hinder him when he's trying to do stuff that's for our betterment. Don't do that. If y'all didn't have all this energy for Biden, don't have it for Trump. That's actually doing so. What did Biden do for us? Oh, he gave us inflation. Oh, he allowed 14 million people, gave them luxury apartments. They driving cars and can't drive, done hit people, kill people. He allowed all this stuff to come into this country at our expense. And guess what? When you needed help, if you're an American citizen on here, it was like, we don't have nothing for you. We have nothing. Oh, you're a vet? You talking about vets' rights? Oh, we had nothing for you vets. The illegal immigrants were stepping over you, going into their luxury apartment, getting thousands of dollars a month. Thousands. They had a man, he's American. He had a family of 4 or 5. They gave him $500 a month for his EBT. Guess how much an immigrant, same household size, guess how much they got for their family? They got $3,500 a month. He was crying. He couldn't believe it. That's the disparity that's happening to Americans. Because that previous administration did not put America first. And that's why Trump is all of our president. If you're an American citizen, he's the president of all of us. And if you don't like what's going on, pray for him. Pray for this country. Pray for this nation. Pray for him. And I'm not saying that we don't hold him accountable. Because people mistake, like, if you agree with what he's doing, because Trump said even at his joint session address, he said there's nothing I could do that's going to get these people approval. They won't clap for anything. They won't clap for J.D. Daniels that had brain cancer, just making him an honorary CIA member. They couldn't clap for Lincoln Rallies' mother. Like what she would, like anything that happened to American citizen, they don't want to acknowledge. But you want to acknowledge anybody being deported. They fight more for the illegal immigrants than they do for American citizens. How is that? How's your elected official fighting harder for people who are non-citizens than they are for you? And they want to get elected again. It's not going to happen. They could jump up and down, and they've turned so many people off. If they keep doing what they're doing, they will never hold office again. Because it's people like myself that's always voted for Democratic Party to see that it's not the same party. It is not the same party. It changed. When Obama came in, it changed. It probably changed when Clinton was in there. But it's not the same. Their focus is more of everything against God. If it's against God, they for it. They're for it. And that's not saying not showing love. So when you say something, then they'll, oh, you don't love that person. You're against. It's not against anyone. It's speaking truth. You could be what you want to be. God give us our own free will. But we don't have to go along with delusions. And we don't have to go along with lies. And they get up there like they doing civil rights speeches. For whom? What are the Democratic leaders doing for you? Except telling you to be angry. Be mad. Be mad. You know, not being held accountable. It doesn't make any sense. You know, Like, they had a young lady, she's talking about abortion, and this lady, I showed it like 2 or 3 times. I'm not going to show it again. I believe it's probably going to be on Fox News tonight, this young lady. And her name, she's from Her Patriot Voice. And just to give you an example, maybe I will. This is just 16 seconds. I'll show you what happened to her.
It's very obstructed, and I think that you just don't understand the magnitude of having a child. Well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused. That's not the point. What I'm saying. That's really.
See, that's violence. Just by speaking about babies, saving baby lives. Just having a conversation. They take that anger and they keep feeding them how they're supposed to be mad, and that's the result of the media. That's the result of them keep hearing over and over again how they're supposed to be upset. How is that personally affecting that woman? It's like, you don't want to take birth control, so you want to have abortion. Nobody's going to stop you from having abortion. Trump gave it to the states. They keep on trying to put abortion on him, and he wants nothing to do with abortion. You know, but they keep saying it over and over again. And that's the result when you keep talking to people like that. When you keep saying things like that, then people that's how they start behaving. That's how they start behaving. They get indoctrinated with that mindset. So when they see you, and one lady would say, oh, I found that the guy that was on my job, that he's about MAGA, and now she's so upset. She's so upset. It's like, this is what's going on. This is a rally in Chicago. This is happening all over the United States. Don't forget to hit the like, share, and subscribe. That was wrong what she did, but that's what they're feeding their spirits. They keep saying it over and over and over again, and now then they get angry. This is crazy. And they talking about that MAGA is dangerous. MAGA is violent. The only people that are violent are the Democrats. Yeah, so this is like, it's like knee deep in Chicago. This is like, but they didn't come out like this when all the stuff was going on. This didn't happen the last 4 years. I mean, the last 2 months. This happened the last 4 years, excuse me. This is what they should have been doing a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. This is a result of the previous administration. What's going on in this country is not the result of him taking office, Trump taking office the last 2 months, a little over 2 months. They're misdirecting, and those politicians, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Hakeem Jeffries, Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, all of them get up and they don't shine any light on any situations. Like, what are they doing about these situations? All they want to do, what are some of the leaders saying? What are they doing to resolve what they have created? Because they're the cause of all of this. They're the cause of inflation, not Trump. They're the cause of the economy, not Trump. They're the cause of open borders, not Trump. They're the cause of education system being in the state that is in, not Trump. They're the cause of men and women bathrooms, not Trump. They're the cause of men and women sports, not Trump. They're the cause of little kids, they doing surgery on little children trying to change their sex, not Trump. That's them. Morally, they have collapsed. They have no morals at all. And they're acting like he caused all of what's going on. And that's a lie. That's a lie from hell. That's a lie. And I believe in holding the right people accountable. And I'm going to make sure I hold the Democratic Party, which I formally supported, to hold them responsible. Just like I fought for them. And when I thought they were right, now I'm fighting against them because they are wrong. They're wrong. They need to call out that leadership. They still don't say anything. They still don't have a plan. They don't have any leaders. They still don't offer anything to the American people. They want everything to remain the same, jacked up. They want all this stuff to continue going on with no solutions. They want the wars to go on. They actually wanted World War III. They were hoping Putin would retaliate against those long-range missiles that Biden in the last few weeks of office allowed to go inside of Russia. Because then Trump would not have been able to take office. That's how Zelensky is still in office. Because if a war is going on, then the Democrats would have retained power. And it's always about money and power. It's always about money and power. I don't know, where was this outrage? This did not just happen. Everything is going, they're holding Trump responsible for the conditions of this freaking country. And there's no way. There's no way. But that's how delusional these people are. They're delusional. Delusional. They won't even call out the party that caused all this. I can call them out. The Democratic Party caused all this mess. And they running around with no answers. Their only answer, they still campaign. Trump this, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that. I'm going to call them out. And that's why I started Speak the Truth 2.0. Because I knew what's going on. I saw it coming when he got elected. Look at this crowd. And this is just one. Look at this.
People are crazy.
But no energy. They didn't have any of this for the people. And they still, how come you don't go talk to these Democratic leaders? Why don't you go talk to them about their part in the conditions of this country, for God's sakes? Talk to them. They're all our representatives. They're not just the representatives of your party. They're in communities with a blended supporters of different parties. Hold them accountable. Go talk to them. Why were they saying Bidenomics was working? You think the educational system was working? It's not. It's not. And this is the rally just in Chicago. Washington's crowded. I know as the day continues, it's going to grow. It's going to be a lot of news coverage. A lot of stuff is going on. And I don't know who's supposed to speak at this rally. They're not speaking yet. So, yeah, they're not speaking yet here. But this is insanity. Won't hold them responsible. I'm going to try. And Trump is like, he's going to stay on mission. Just to let y'all know, Trump's going to stay on mission. He's going to stay on mission. And he's going to clean up this country. And he's going to bring money back into this country. And that's what he's going to do. And that's what he's doing. And he's going to keep on doing it. And when people see the result of it, then they're going to be like, oh, then what's the strategy going to be then? When Trump, because Trump, what he's doing is working. Yeah, we being hit with the stock market. He knew that. He's allowing it to crash because they're going to negotiate with our country. And guess what? They want to talk now. Now they want to cut the tariffs to this country.
All the men that are against Trump, I question your masculinity. Like, I really do. Like, I see Michael and I see different people. It's like I question you as a man.
Doesn't make any sense. And it come out in numbers for that. We're going to look at some of these other rallies throughout the country. Because they're all over the country. Hold these other people responsible. You know, because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of of everyone not hold the Democrats responsible. That's who you all should have the rally against. Have the rally against the Democratic Party because they caused this mess. Hold them accountable. That's who you're supposed to hold accountable. Hold them accountable. See if it's back on. We are the real Americans.
Why is that?
Like, people have a lot to say, but they won't hold the people that's responsible for all this mess responsible. It doesn't make any sense of what's going on right now. They got pots and pans. It's not even an American flag.
Yeah, and does anyone have a problem with people being in this country waving and holding up not American flags? Like, I find that pretty strange to be in America holding up different country flags.
Or burning the American flag.
Yeah, or mainly burning the American flag.
What kind of insult is that to our veterans who fought for this country? And you have people that are here, non-citizens, that's coming with flying their country flags. But why don't they go back to that country? They flying the flags, and then they're going to come here and disrespect our vets and American citizens and burn our American flags. That's insanity.
Like, while I was driving the other day, I just saw someone up with a Sweden flag, and I'm like, it's just so confusing the times we're living in now for America and just this country in general.
This is what they've done to America. It's like insanity that's going on.
Yeah.
They fight more for non-citizens than American citizens. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Fight more for LGBTQ. Look at this. That's not even American flags. Look at this. It doesn't make any sense. And these are the people that are having a rally. Everybody got a different flag from somewhere else. Why are you here? Why are you here? You're protesting in our country. Then you're flying your flag, but you don't want to be in your country. So I don't understand what's going on here. Yeah, this is the United States. If you are loyal to another country, move there. This doesn't make any sense. This is going on in our country. All the time, especially under the Biden administration, they were like storming, burning flags. What kind of disrespect is that to a freaking veteran that fought for your freedoms and fought for this country? Fought for this country. I mean, these Americans don't care.
Flags.
They all got different flags. They're not even fighting. And these politicians, they support them more than Democrat. Let's be clear. The Democrat politicians fight more for illegal immigration, LGBTQ, and open borders. They do not fight for American citizens, period. They don't fight for us. And that's why Trump is your president. He's our president. The election is over. He won. Look at this.
How old is she?
I mean, it's like baffling.
She look gone.
Like, what's going on?
People can protest all they want, Ice-T, but it's different when they're coming to the protest with different flags of another country, and you're in America. That's just disrespectful to
America. Fighting for America rights. What's going on?
Yeah, he said, what about our founding fathers who fought for freedom of protest? You're disrespecting them.
No, that was for American citizens, not non-Americans. You're getting that confused. That was for American citizens they were speaking to. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Elijah, I didn't want to do this. I hit a button. Get that off. Yeah. You know, I just don't understand how we're not focused on America. I don't understand how anybody could be against making it better for American citizens, but people are. And it doesn't make any sense to me that people will be against America, because that's what they are. You know, they care more about everyone else, except for you have American citizens being murdered on the street, like Lakey Rally.
Okay.
They won't even mention her.
Okay, Josh, then if people were outside your house waving a flag from a different country, how would you feel if speech is protected and flags are speech? How would you feel if people are around your house waving a different country's flag every single day? How would you feel if you were a veteran or one of your family members was a veteran?
The thing about it, what other country have you seen all this going on? What other country have you seen? You going to Russia, you flying an American flag? You going to China flying an American flag? I mean, what other country you going to flying a different flag? What, North Korea? South Korea? China? Europe? They're not flying other countries' flags.
That wasn't the question I asked you, Josh.
So they should be even angrier than anyone else.
That's great, Alyssa. Thank you so much.
Like the work, we got to get back to that because I want to hear more of her interview. Because they're talking about they should be more angry. They lead with anger.
They should not be removing references to diversity, equity, and inclusion. They should not be defunding government programs like the National Institutes of Health and USAID that funded humanitarian organizations around the world. They are literally killing thousands of people with their incredibly inhumane policies.
What would you say to people that tell you, well, Trump just won the Democratic election?
I would say that nothing he's doing now is what he campaigned on. So even people who voted for him are not getting what they voted for. With the tariffs, everyone has lost money. Eggs are not cheaper. They're not having a better life. So they should be even angrier than anyone else.
Somebody had to do it.
That's great, Alyssa. Thank you so much.
Someone had to do it.
Cheers. Let's see. Find a bloke now.
No, Biden. Y'all gonna say Biden was a better president? Really?
Could we do a quick interview with them for BBC News?
I guess. What do you want to ask?
Well, we just want to ask what brings you to protest here today? Where are you from? What are the issues for you?
Okay.
Okay, great. Are you an expat, American?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so just specify looking at me rather than...
Yeah, that's fine.
Can I ask your name and how to spell it, please?
It's Michael Macy, M-A-C-Y.
And Michael, what's brought you here today?
Well, just my concerns about what's happening, well, certainly in the U.S. and its effect worldwide.
What are those concerns?
Well, I'm concerned about what I see as an erosion of the rule of law. There seems to be this tendency to ignore judicial decisions. That just undermines the whole system. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the dismantling of many aspects of the federal government, which I think provide for people. I think governments have a responsibility. And the legislature had decided to provide services with those programs, and they're just now being dismantled. So there's many issues.
What would you say to all of your fellow Americans who voted for Trump? Didn't he just win the election?
He did, and that's democracy. And I would ask them, is this what you wanted? Is this what you expected? Is this what you voted for?
What do you think's happening that they didn't expect?
Why do you ask Biden that?
Well, I'm not sure. Many people expected different things. Some people were concerned about immigration. Some people were concerned about the price of
God
eggs.
bless you, Dan.
Some people were concerned about what they saw as an erosion of particular values. So I think as Trump has acted quickly across many fronts on a lot of issues, you'd have to go back and have conversations with people and say, well, what did you voted for? What have you voted for?
I would never leave Biden alone. He was a
what you
plant.
hoped for? And are you seeing things happen that you never expected or couldn't have imagined? And I don't know what the answers would be. I just asked the questions.
What's the mood within the expat community?
I think people are concerned. I think that certainly this last few days have raised a lot of issues, a lot of questions on how it's going to impact people, not only here, not only Americans here, but everybody here, everybody around the world. I mean, I think the only country that hasn't had tariffs placed on it is Russia, I think. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he covers pretty much everybody else.
He put sanctions on Russia.
Well, I don't want to speak for the government. I'm not even sure I understand the logic
He put
behind
sanctions
putting
on
tariffs on the
Russia.
island with only penguins, but
Don't know about you. This time was kind of.
They always have these people on there, and I don't even believe he knows what he's fighting for, because where were you when Biden was in office? He had to be the worst president ever. He caused this catastrophe, what's going on now, and nobody's holding the Democratic Party responsible. This landed on Trump's lap.
Do we have Democrats in the chat?
I hope we do.
I want to know.
He inherited this nonsense.
One second. I want to know from Democrats in the comments, what has Trump done that's personally affected you that you don't like? And you can write it in the comments if you want.
Yeah, put in the comments.
So we could see like what Trump has done that's personally affected you that you didn't like.
Love, baby. Yes, Dan. Don't call him the orange Andy. What has he personally done to you?
Yeah.
What has he done?
That's what they do. They just insult.
I know, but that's because they have nothing there, like the Democrats. They have nothing. They have nothing there. No idea. He's pretty nice. He lies about what?
Yeah, about what?
Clarify. What did he lie about? Enlighten us. Teach us. What did he lie about?
He takes no responsibility.
What responsibility didn't he take? You gotta be more specific.
Yeah, they have no argument. They just go straight.
Don't generalize
Someone
it.
said the eggs prices.
Eggs were $2.99. I bought them yesterday under Trump. You know, the eggs prices went up under Biden. You know, Biden's the reason for the economy and inflation. You know that, right?
Vicky said COVID. Someone said destroying my 401k with unneeded terrorists.
Oh, the terrorists are needed. And your 401 will go back up. It'll go back up. It's riding the wave right now. What else they say? Or the Senate, please. Yes, please. Come on. I don't want Musk to stop until he get to the Senate. Get to how are all these congressmen and women millionaires. Get to that. Yeah, he was voted by the American people. God bless Trump.
Logan said, what about the earth?
Oh.
That's on that.
Okay, read that.
Thank you. It said, let me like it. It said, keep speaking mom truth and educating the masses. MSM propagandist is the devil.
Yeah. God said people perish for lack of knowledge. I mean, it comes a time that you really got to wake up. Stop being so loyal to a party and actually opening up your eyes to see what's really going on.
Oh, LeBron said something.
LeBron, King James?
Yeah,
didn't
King
he?
James.
Okay, King James.
He said, I'm MAGA, but the restructuring of the world economy's a bit nerve-wracking.
Not for us. You know who is nerve-wracking for? Restructuring the world economy is nerve-wracking to the rest of the world, because guess what? They've been stealing from us. They've been cheating us. They've been overpricing us. They've been becoming rich off America while America's citizens haven't been benefiting. Okay, so he's doing what he needs to do to make it fair for us, for America. So you want to keep, when you allow somebody to keep taking advantage of you, you got somebody coming, taking your money and taking your money and taking your money, charging you more than everybody else, the person next door.
Now Craig is saying, stop being so loyal to a king. We've handed too much power to one man. It's not the American way.
Yeah, the American way is having a president that's elected being run by other people. That was Biden. That's the Democratic Party is owned by billionaires. That was the Koch brothers, that they always had to rely on billionaires giving them money to campaign. And that president was not empowered. But see, they can't do that with Trump. They can't do that with Trump. Because Trump don't need their money. He's not taking a salary. So you have people working for you that they can't buy. That's the difference that y'all need to understand.
What was it, 10 million for Beyonce?
10 million for Beyonce, 2.5 million for Oprah, $500,000 for Al Sharpton, millions for Megan Thee Stallion. Well, all of the different stars. They had all the stars.
Then they said they texted me for donations all year.
All year. Who else could come up with 1.5 billion? 1.5 billion. Do y'all hear that in 3 months?
Son of Man said.
I think they had the money.
Son of Man said she didn't even perform.
Yeah, she didn't. 10 minutes. She walked out there for
holding
hands with Kelly to show, I guess, homosexuality. I don't know.
Yeah.
And she spoke a 4-minute speech. She got paid $10 million. So they bought everyone. Cardi B, all the people they brought out there, they brought to try to sell. Jennifer Lopez. The list goes on and on and on and on. Even at the town hall, they had all those stars lined up.
Someone said,
and let's not forget late night.
Someone said golfing instead of paying respects to fallen soldiers.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Biden, when those soldiers died in Afghanistan, first of all, he was late getting to the airport, and then he kept looking at his watch because it was taking up too much of his time. Talking about disrespect. And guess what? When the families was at Arlington Cemetery, none of them showed. Biden didn't show up, neither did Kamala. You know who was there? It was Trump, giving respect to the parents of the fallen soldiers and the ones that survived. Their bodies. He said they didn't have arms, some didn't have legs, they were mutilated. Okay. Trump works 24/7. I don't even think the man sleeps. So if he go and play a few rounds of golf, then you want to act like it's an issue, then it has to be an issue. Because he loves the vets.
And Biden is the one that got some of them homeless while illegal immigrants in penthouses.
Say that. Go ahead.
And Joe Biden is the one who got some of the veterans homeless while the illegal immigrants are in penthouses.
Living in luxury hotels. So don't do that. See, that's MSNBC and all of that. That's all they do is try to find anything. Do y'all see how he worked harder than all y'all put together? I've never seen that man never stopped working. I thought after the campaign he'll take a minute to breathe. He is 78. He's been like the Energized Bunny. He's working all the time. I don't know where he gets his energy from. I couldn't do it. Neither could you. And then he's dealing with world leaders. He's making world decisions. He don't have a 9-to-5 like Biden. Well, Biden's job was 9 to 4 because he got off at 4, he said. And then he vacationed 40% of his presidency. Y'all, you didn't have a problem with that. We know. Yeah, they said speak the truth, brother. Facts, indeed. Yeah, they kicked kids. That's what they did. They kicked kids out of school for the migrants would have somewhere to go. That's what they did. It's not good. Oh. Yeah, that's what they did. He's so scared of Putin that he put sanctions on him. Right. He's so scared of Putin that he's the only one that could talk to Putin in that war in Ukraine. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. I used to believe that too. I had believed the mainstream media. Yeah, I was going with all of the okie doke. Yeah, I was believing it. But now I know they're the ones. They're the ones. Let's see. Can that go? Oh yeah, so okay, so I can't get the volume.
That's right, John. Craig, if you think all prices are going up, you're not doing research, dude.
Well, I don't understand, where was this energy for the last 4 years? Where was this energy at? Will y'all go and get in contact with your Democratic leadership and ask them about why did they allow inflation and the economy to be like this? Why did they open up the borders? How come the president was an absent president? Who was running the? I want y'all to find out who was running the country. Who was running the country?
Do your friends know that you sit on live watching it with me and my mom?
It's like, where was this energy? They got all this energy now. Where was the energy? Let's listen to some more of these protesters. And this is, I believe, on the streets of London to oppose the U.S.
That hasn't had tariffs placed on it is Russia, I think. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he covered
Trump
pretty
put
much everybody
sanctions
else.
on him.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I don't want to speak for the government. I'm not even sure I understand the logic behind putting tariffs on the island with only penguins, but
finding a reliable supplier is a bit like finding the right partner.
This is like so crazy. Like, just even like what he's saying, like he's there. I don't think that he even knows why he's there.
You don't know what day it
is that there are already so many sanctions on Russia and there's so little trade. But again, I can't. I don't understand the logic behind a lot of it.
Okay, Michael, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Let Trump work. The more in 100 days than 2 terms of Democrats. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Hi there.
This is London.
Sorry to interrupt. Would anyone like to do an interview for BBC News? Would you like to? Tell us about your banner? I don't know if I would. I just am kind of a bit like, yeah, I would be like, don't worry, thank you for asking. Would you like to? Okay, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, would you? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay. We haven't had a young man yet, so we've got a young man. Not me. This is a US federal president. BBC? Oh, hi there. Would you like to do an interview with the BBC? Great, thank you. We're right there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks for this. Sure. Yeah, thank you. Great. Sorry, let's swap places. Thank you so much. There we go. Okay. Thank you. So just looking at me rather than... Oh, okay. Can I ask your name and how to spell it and where you're from?
Okay. My name is Elizabeth Kelly. That's Kelly. Elizabeth with a Z. And I am originally from Connecticut. And I vote in the great state of Rhode Island now.
What organisation are you from and what brings you here today?
Well, I'm part of Indivisible London, but I'm also a certified voting assistance volunteer with the Federal Voter Assistance Program. And we have a website called votefromabroad.org. It is a public service provided by the Democratic Party Committee Abroad, enabling all overseas citizens to apply for their ballot so they can vote back in the elections back in the U.S.
What's your message today with the protest here?
My message is that our democracy is precious and sacred, and as U.S. citizens, we have an absolute duty to exercise it and do what we can do to make our democracy stronger. So that starts with making sure we vote and making sure overseas citizens don't realize they even have the right to vote. A lot of times they don't know how, and when they try, it's really hard. And so my message to overseas Americans is you can vote. Go to votefromabroad.org, and we can help you vote. But it's more than just voting. We also have to be active citizens. We have to contact our legislators and make sure that they hear from us and that we let them know what we want them to do. And if they're doing a good job, we say thank you. I think it's really, really important that our legislators hear from us and that they act accordingly, and they will. A lot of people take our democracy for granted, and we can't take it for granted.
Did Biden hear about your democracy?
Hasn't Trump just won the election fair and square?
Oh, he definitely was elected fairly, for sure. But a very important statistic is that 37% of over 18s did not vote. That was the biggest vote getter in the last election.
Here we go.
And yes, Trump won of those who voted. But to me, I think the biggest travesty is that people feel so disempowered in our country that they think their vote won't matter. And there are very good reasons they think that. There's too much money in politics. Their districts are gerrymandered. But the thing is, that can be changed. It's really important to vote at the state and local level, to influence the laws at the state level, to make sure that districts are fair. But it's also important at the national level, because there will be elections coming up. There could be special elections that happen, and then there will be the midterms in 2026. And I have helped too many voters abroad who thought they were all set, but they weren't. So it's not too early to get ready for 2026.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, there was another speaker, a man, a Irish man. Do you know where he is? Would he be able to do a quick interview?
I'll ask him. I think he had a white top on. Yeah. Let me see if I can find him. Come on, thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank
Trump just came into office and is now burdened with the mess left by the Democrats. Give him time to fix this. He is working hard. Thank you, President Trump. That's all facts. That's all facts. That's all facts. He's the cleanup guy. He's trying to clean up this mess, what he inherited from that administration. Nobody held their feet to the fire. Nobody protest. Not one protest while we had these open borders. That was not good for America to allow all these people to come into this country within a 4-year span.
He's the cleanup guy and the fall guy.
Yeah, and he the fall guy. It doesn't make any sense. Like, going to hold his feet to the fire, but not going to hold the Democrats responsible for this mess that he had inherited and is responsible for cleaning up. This is Chicago. Let's go. Look at him marching. Yeah.
CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago.
I don't see where the speakers at. They have people there and it's supposed to be live. But where were all these people at when all this stuff was going on? I'm really confused. Why aren't anyone holding the Democrats responsible for this mess that they created? There's no way on God's green earth that you could put this on someone that's only been in office for 2 months, but he's done more good for this nation in 2 months than they did in 12 years.
You say that and you don't even have a casino yourself. You can't speak how to run a casino when you never had one and never will have one.
And so they got a lot of people marching, but what are they? What's the message? What's the message? What's the message?
Someone said they heard Robert De Niro is going to be the speaker.
Oh, Robert De Niro. Okay. Yeah. So they're giving you a sky view of the protests. Like if it was any time to protest, it was the last 4 years. And I don't understand how people are trying to put this on the newly elected president of the United States of America, that he's there cleaning up the mess that these people have done. And they want to protest against him when he is out here bringing jobs, bringing wealth back to this country.
Yeah. Someone said a good point. They said, I bet most of the protesters couldn't tell you why they were there, just clueless people.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, if they asked a lot
Ask the
more,
elected officials.
they wouldn't know why they're there.
Ask these Democratic leaders, instead of them cursing and not condemning burning these Teslas, these are United States citizens that purchased a car. They had no idea about Elon Musk coming and sweeping some of these federal jobs and everything, but you can't take it out on the owners of the cars. You know, it's just they're beating them up, they're burning their cars, they're vandalizing their cars. And guess what? None of the leadership is saying anything about
How
it.
are you saying J.D. Vance isn't strong enough when this dude was literally a soldier?
It doesn't make any sense. You're not attacking Elon, you're attacking people that work for their cars and stuff.
So he was a yes man when he did that interview with Jake Tapper? Because that doesn't make any sense. You're saying that to someone who's fought for this country, who risked their life fighting.
They don't respect veterans.
Yeah.
How are you a United States citizen and you don't respect a vet? He's a vet.
You're saying he's
Remember
soft.
that.
He's soft and he's a yes man.
Okay.
He's the last person for that.
No, he's not. He's a real soldier and a Harvard graduate. He's savage. J.D. Vance is no joke. And he actually knows how to talk without speaking in word salads.
Yeah.
How about that? He's a vet. Put some respect on his name. He fought for this country. Most of these Democrats, they fought everyone else except for American citizens. Look at this. I think the 77 million that put Trump in office need to have a rally
Yeah, they're
to
protesting.
show them what it really looks like.
They're protesting.
To have a
just to
rally of
protest.
support. Huh?
Yeah.
Did you say?
I was reading a comment.
Go ahead. I didn't hear it.
Someone said they're protesting just to protest.
And they're not offering them anything. Nothing. Just to hate Trump. Same playbook.
Yeah, these people in the chat must have liked Tim Walz better than us.
Yeah, tampon Tim was their guy. I mean, who don't want tampons in the men's room? Who don't want men declaring that they women now? Gay men say, oh, I don't just want to be gay. Now I want you to call me a woman. That's what I want now. Matter of fact, I want to be allowed to go in the woman's room because I want to, this gay man said, I'm a woman. Guess what, women? I have more rights than you. And they do. They have these men, they're men. Those trans women have more rights than women. Yeah, protest instead of being at work. Yeah, so that's what they're doing. I'm going to find what's going on. Somebody, like all those people, there's no speakers. Where are the speakers at? Where are the people at that's supposed to be, speaking for you, I guess? Where are their legislators at?
But I'll tell you, look around. Our power lies in our number. So we're going to keep up the fight, and we are going to build a future that is worthy of our children.
No, y'all killed the future for the children with your gay agenda.
Please welcome Co-President Rob Weissman, Executive Chair Norm Eisen, State Democracy Defenders Action, National Campaigns Director Anu Joshi from ACLU.
Hey y'all, we are the litigators.
Oh my God. Oh.
Cringe.
Give us a break.
With our big coalition of hundreds
Transparency,
of
not trans surgery.
society groups, labor and federal employees, and ordinary folks like the over 100,000 of you.
Trump had that at a rally in Atlantic City, over 107,000 people.
New Hampshire. And we and our coalition have won more than 50 court orders stopping Trump and Musk and their cronies.
Look at this. USA.
The judges have been Democratic appointees and Republican appointees and independents. And do you know what they have said? Hands off my Constitution.
USA. USA.
Let's join them. And let's say it loud so they can hear us over in the White House. Are you ready?
USA.
Hands off my
USA.
Constitution.
USA.
That was pretty good. I was going to ask y'all to do it a second time, but I think they
Don't.
We have won
USA.
by working together as a coalition, all the thousands of us. I love you
America
too.
first.
My organization, State Democracy Defenders Fund.
They keep talking about democracy. They didn't even choose their candidate to run for president. Kamala was put in that position.
With Rob and his colleagues.
Thank you for subscribing, Colin. Thank you.
And then later, we were ready.
USA.
Later that same day, we went to court with Anu and the ACLU and her colleagues and brought the very first case on January 20th, saying, Donald Trump, you can't choose which babies born in this country are citizens and which not. The Constitution made that choice.
No, you're lying. It was not made for anyone born in America. It was
And
a provision in the
since
Constitution
then,
for
we've
black
won
people.
dozens more
That
the
was for black
coalition
people.
did. And you know what?
What?
They
They look like a
Trump
cartoon
Musk
character.
can't
Who's this
stand all that
non-heterosexual crying on the
losing.
screen?
That's why. Yes, they hate it. That's why they're lashing out.
Tell the
at all
truth.
the lawyers and the law firms. Shoot, they're lashing out at me. Donald Trump has removed my security clearance.
Oh, I wonder why.
3 times.
You?
3 times.
Wow.
I don't know if it's a mental capacity thing and he just forgets that he did it, or if he takes it away and then when he loses again, he says, turn it back on so I can feel better about all the losing.
What is wrong with
I
you?
know. What do you think?
What in the world? I mean, come on, y'all. That's y'all. That's the Democratic leadership.
How are we feeling?
Oh my goodness. These people really need a therapy. They need therapy.
In the just over 2 months since Inauguration Day, the ACLU has filed over 30 lawsuits against the Trump administration.
Why did you file it against Biden and Kamala administration?
Cruel and illegal actions.
ACLU.
And we are winning, and we are not slowing down.
You are not winning, and you have already lost.
But the truth is, while fighting and winning in court is important, we all know it's not nearly enough. We need the power of the people. And together, we must demand that our members of Congress and our governors and our mayors and big law and university presidents and CEOs get in these damn streets with us.
Wow.
They need to show us that they will not capitulate to the Trump administration's threats. The Trump administration's attacks on our right to dissent are the biggest threat to the First Amendment since the Red Scare. The unconscionable and unconstitutional arrests of international students and scholars should alarm every one of us. ICE has illegally snatched people from their homes and neighborhoods, threatened their legal status, and sent them across the country with no notice to their loved ones or their lawyers. All of this in direct retaliation for constitutionally protected speech. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. That's not my opinion. That is central to the Constitution. One of those students that was rounded up is our client, Rumiesa Ozturk, a Tufts University student who is illegally accosted and arrested outside her home by plainclothes federal agents and then sent over 1,000 miles away to a for-profit private prison in Louisiana.
Look at never about Americans, right? Fighting
all of this terror
for
inflicted
non-citizens
because she co-wrote an op-ed for her student newspaper. That's why the ACLU of Massachusetts, CLEAR, and Masa Kambabi are standing with Rumiesa, the ACLU of Massachusetts, CLEAR, and Masa Kambabi are standing with Rumiesa in court in defense of her First Amendment rights. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. I want to end with a statement from Rumiesa that she shared with the legal team earlier this week. I am a PhD student working with children and youth. We know that injustice in the world and systemic
What about Americans?
has long-lasting negative effects on children, youth, and other communities. Writing is one of the most peaceful ways of addressing systemic inequality. Efforts to target me
because of my op-ed in the Tufts Daily calling for the equal dignity and humanity of all people will not deter me from my commitment to advocate for the rights of youth and children. And we cannot let it deter us from fighting for the future of this country.
Public citizen. As you have heard today, and as you know, we are living under the most lawless, Constitution-trampling administration in American history. And so, there's nothing more really urgent than for us to go to court and beat Trump again and again and again. And we have to do it because it's not just about a Schoolhouse Rock moment. It's because people's lives are at stake. It is his illegal actions that are causing a humanitarian disaster around the world. So people are going to die from malaria and TB and preventable disease for no reason.
See, when Biden was president and Biden won, Republicans didn't do this.
No, Republicans didn't do it. MAGA didn't do this. None of this. And they said that have a peaceful transition. It's been nothing peaceful since Trump has been elected to office.
We didn't like that he was president, but we accepted it. And
we
carried on with our lives. See how the Democrats are now, Trump won, Trump's the president now, and they're going full-fledged out there and just being in total anger about Trump and having protests and boycotts, whatever they're doing about Trump. Republicans.
And these are Americans, supposed to be Americans. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Like Frozen. Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it
if I hear one more time about January 6th, let it go. Let it go.
I said Trump's making us poor.
No, Biden made us poor. You know he's responsible for this economy, right? It's sad.
But let me tell you this. We're not going to win all the time.
You got that right. You ain't gonna win ever again. Y'all keep on doing what you're doing. More of us are listening to this out there.
Every single case we brought, it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough to roll back this authoritarian steamroller we're facing. There's only one thing. There's only one thing that's enough to face down this authoritarian movement.
What? What is that?
Movement here today.
No, man. The election is overdue. I know we're broke.
Hands off to us, hands off to Trump, hands off to authoritarianism. With hands open to each other, my friends. Hands open, embracing each other. And hands together, in solidarity. Hands together, in love. Hands together, in community. Hands together, in empathy. That's how we beat autocracy. That's how we beat oligarchy. That's how we beat Trump. That's how we send us back where he belongs. That's how we rescue our democracy. Together, hands together, hands together, hands together.
that mean, hands together? Oh.
Carly said a great point. She said, instead of y'all being on here disagreeing with Cindy and her son, you should be out there looking for information that not the mainstream media to really inform yourself on what's going on. And that's exactly it.
The thing about it is that unless you were just born, then you know what happened the last 4 years. And Trump was not president. That if you're an adult, you should have the understanding that just because he was sworn in January the 20th, that doesn't mean that he's able to undo everything that administration, all the harm that they had caused to this country. He has done an incredible job trying to stop 2 wars, getting us back on track, have money coming into the country. I don't know if any of you could tell me how much money did Biden have coming into our country. And I want to know how much money did we give to other countries? All the money, and tell me about all the money we pay to other 170 countries. We're paying tariffs to. Do y'all have a problem with that? That we're overpaying, they're overcharging us. Trump even had his chart to show the injustice, and y'all still don't hear it. 170 countries, but as soon as we hit back, then American people, out of all people, are standing around to, well, look what's happening in the stock market. Yeah. Yes. Look at the stock market. It's going to go back up. It's going to change. But guess what? That's bringing everybody to the table. We're paying all this money out that we can't afford. We can't afford it. And the only people got a problem with it are illegals, because you can't be American. There's no way that you're an American citizen, that you think that it's okay for us to pay to 170 countries. Can you hear me in the back? 170 countries we're paying tariffs to. Did the news talk about that? Did MSNBC talk about that? Y'all think it's a one-way street. Like we don't. Trump is hitting them the hell back. That's what's going on. He's hitting them back. Y'all need to do your homework. I used to be lost and only looked at one-sided. Look at both sides. Don't be biased. I can speak about both sides because now I've been both. I'm not stuck on one plantation or one opinion. Look at both sides. America first. Look at both sides. All this criticism, but when they should have been marching was a year ago. They should have been marching 2 years ago. They should have been marching 3 years ago. That's when people should, not now.
Thomas, you never were subscribed to us in the first place.
Yeah, we don't, look, you don't, it doesn't matter. You have a free will. You can subscribe, unsubscribe, or whatever you want to do, but we're going to speak the truth. This is Speak the Truth 2.0. We're not going to sugarcoat it, and we know the truth hurts. But somebody got to tell. You want to hear lies, listen to MSNBC. Listen to CNN. Listen to ABC. They've been sued and found out all their lies. Listen to Roland Martin. Yeah, listen to him. Because he about himself. Him, Charlamagne. Ricky Smile. They don't represent the black community. They get these clowns, and we'll hear them speak.
And that joy and that motivation will take us a lot further than the hate that fuels them.
And they spew hate out of it. Look.
Because this isn't the first time that segregationists, bigots, and the privileged wealthy elite have tried to steal our joy.
Okay, let's talk about hate. To be honest, I haven't seen MAGA. I haven't seen the Republicans spewing out hate like I've seen these Democrats. And that's the honest to God truth. All the hate that I've seen that they keep talking about has been coming from the Democratic Party. The election is over. They lost the election. The people made President Trump the president of the United States of America. He didn't just win. He won by the popular vote. He won all swing states. He won all the swing states. And this is a fact. It's a fact. He won. And they're still speaking the same talking points. And I've grown tired of hearing it because they're the cause of these problems. They were in power for the last 12 years. Of the last 16 years, they've been in power for 12 years. What's going on in this country is because of them. And then you got someone to come in. It was thrown in the lap of Trump. And now you're going to hold him more responsible than you want to hold, that you ever held Biden. I really don't understand that.
If you voted for Kamala, you could tell us in the chat, why did you vote for her? So we can see.
Trump.
That's what I said.
Oh, there go my saying. Trump. You know, it doesn't make any sense. And they keep talking about hate, and all the hate and all the violence has been coming from the Democratic Party. They're angry, they're upset, they get nasty. It's over the top. I haven't seen any Republicans acting like this. You don't even hear from MAGA. MAGA not out there doing this. When Trump lost, then they felt like the election was stolen from him. MAGA didn't go out there and do all this.
Simon, you're not saying anything worth replying to.
Okay. You can say January the 6th till the cows come home. It doesn't, you got to move on.
You're saying that's why they voted for Kamala, because January 6th?
I don't know. I do not know.
They stormed the Capitol, so that's why they voted for Kamala.
It's like that's the talking point that why don't you talk about? Tell me about the economy. Tell me about how you like your children and transgenders running around in women bathrooms. Tell me about all this other stuff that's going on.
Elizabeth said she voted for Kamala because she had a plan.
What please, you're the only one that know Kamala's plan, because Kamala couldn't even articulate it. So please tell us what Kamala's plan was. Tell me what she could have done. Now, if you can't see the difference between a boss and that woman, then something is wrong. Trump is a boss. He's a leader. What was Kamala?
They said, we know that y'all won't say anything about January 6th because it was awful.
Look, people don't want to keep talking about it. Keep talking about January the 6th. All these awful things that happened in this country. All the things that have happened in this country.
Yeah, it was hilarious, man, when we didn't lose anything last time Trump was president.
And guess why they couldn't hold Trump responsible for that? You know who had the power that was supposed to act on it? Why don't you do your research? It was Nancy Pelosi. She was supposed to, Trump asked her, they had to go through her, to have the National Guards there days before January the 6th. How about that? How about looking in who was really responsible for January the 6th?
Someone said your hatred for trans is pretty effing ridiculous.
You know what? You could call it whatever you want to call it. It's your hatred is louder than any hate anyone could have. Because if you don't see that they need help, they need therapy, you're supposed to pray for people. You're not supposed to go along with the madness. And if you're a parent of someone that wants to be trans or gay, you're supposed to go to war for your child. Because that's spiritual warfare. That means the devil is trying to take your child. And you're supposed to fight for that child if you love that child or that person. You don't give them over to that wickedness.
Scorpio, no one's angry. Oh, we got a son of the devil.
It's all right. They're going to answer to God.
Yeah.
They know not what they say. It's okay. It's okay. They know not what they say. And that's the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
This is all the Democratic Party. It's the Democratic Party. And it's sad. God has left that party.
Yeah. Long time ago.
God has left that party. All morals have gone out like there's no God.
Joe says, so what do you do about your child being gay or trans? Prayer is clearly not enough.
Yes, it is enough. And that's what people aren't doing. If your child is like that, you don't turn your child over to any reprobate. You don't turn your child over to that. You fight for your child's salvation. That's when you get on your knees and you fight for your child. You become a prayer warrior and you pray until you see change. You don't just go along with it and say, oh, well, Timmy really likes Tom now. There's nothing I could do about it, but I still love him. You could love your child and fight for your child at the same time. Prayer is powerful. That's the most powerful thing you could do in life, period.
Then you have to ask,
Period. You pray for that child. If that was my child, I wouldn't stop praying for their salvation.
Then you also have to ask if anything happened to them in the past, because there's a YouTube channel that actually talks to people of that community, and they talk about all the trauma they went that led them to where they are now, being gay or trans or whatever. So things happen also to these children that helps contribute to them becoming like that.
That's right. It's traumas that have happened in their life. And those are facts. I did a show a long time ago called Let's Talk About It. I did all that research because people were trying to say, oh, there's a gay gene or this or that. No, 99.9% of the time is because of them being molested or raped. Things happen to them. And once you take, especially a boy's manhood, they're never the same again. You know, you got it. So things happen to them. They were not born and the doctor said they were a boy or girl and that baby said, oh no, I'm trans, no, I'm bi, no, I'm pan. That stuff comes along when the world start influencing them. And right now the world is so confused, is that they're so confused now that they're trying to say right is wrong, wrong is right. And that's a big wrong. And you got to pray for people. You pray for people. You pray for them. You pray for them. The power of prayer is real. You pray for them. You don't give them over to that. If you really love someone that's going through that, you pray for them. Because it's about their salvation. Because there is a heaven and a hell, and there's a God, and there's the devil, and you don't want to turn them over to the devil because that's where it's wickedness.
And like Nikki said, the devil is the author of confusion.
Yeah, he's the author of confusion. That's Bible. And yeah, John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever shall believe in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. So that's what you do for your loved one. You pray for them. You don't go along with the madness, because there's a life after this and you don't want them going to hell. And that's bigger than anything, is their salvation. Their salvation. You think it's only you. There is a God.
Manage and run and have
There's
our
a God.
own budget. DC deserves to have our own laws. DC deserves to have elected officials that represent us, the people of DC, and our interests.
Listen, like people didn't vote.
To represent our interests. And DC deserves to maintain our status as a sanctuary city. There's nobody who should be able to take that away from us, because that is what we voted for here in DC. Now, this administration is attempting a power grab in so many ways, but is also attempting a power grab over the people of DC and DC communities. And it is up to us, it is up to all of us to stop them. Whether or not you live in DC, it is up to us. We have to stop them, because when we talk about DC, we are talking about more than just any old city. We are talking about the capital city of this country. And for a leader like this one that lives in that house behind you all, they are consolidating power so fast. They are trying to control the capital city. That is how they want to stifle us. It's how they want to stifle protest like this. It's how they want to stifle dissent. And that's really dangerous to let them come after DC, the capital. This president is following an authoritarian playbook. He's doing the things that authoritarians have done throughout history to concentrate power and to break down democracy. We've seen him, right? Dismantling federal agencies. Anyone seen that? Retaliating against critics. Allowing some people who he likes to operate above the law. This is what authoritarians do. And we cannot seen people rise up against authoritarianism, it has always been people in the capital city who rise up. And Free DC is here to build the movement that it will take to make it clear that we, all of us, inside, outside DC, we will not comply. I know that we can do this because, unlike the president, I know the people of DC. And some of you heard this morning the go-go beats that we danced to. We saw some of our students up here this morning, our beautiful students who are brilliant, and we know that our neighbors are connected to each other and in communities that love each other. Those are the things that make it impossible for a leader to oppress people. Those communities, those relationships, that beauty, that creativity. So we heard just a few minutes ago a lot about the importance of joy. I want to ask you all to say it with me, to be a part of this movement for joy. Because we are going to need to push back. Here in DC, about 3 weeks ago, we did something pretty unprecedented. We flooded 100 Senate offices at once, and we actually, so we didn't get them to save democracy because they didn't have the sign for that, but we did get them to actually pass a standalone bill that let us use our own local dollars in DC. They tried to take that away from us. But now that bill is in front of the House of Representatives, and the people, you're about to hear from some people who support us in allowing us to use our own dollars. But unfortunately, we're going to have to push for this. So I want to invite everyone here to join us on Monday morning. We're going to be up at the Capitol at Spirit of Justice Park. You can go to our website, freedcproject.org, and figure out how to join us. Join us in forcing this government to let us have our own local dollars. This is part of protecting DC. This is part of protecting the Capitol. And this is part of protecting democracy. And protecting our own sanity and our community is part of that too. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of our priorities and our ethos at Free DC, and I want you to repeat after me. I will prioritize joy. I can see you doing it right now. I can see the smiles. I will take up space. I see you doing it right now. 100,000 of you taking up our thing. And I will organize my community.
There's no joy in that political
Thank you so much. That's what it's going to take to have a Free DC. I'm going to say free, you say DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. I'm going to say DC, you say statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. Thank you very much.
Their campaign.
Please welcome to the stage Representatives Byer, Omar, Green, Simon, Spaldwell.
What Donald Trump is doing to our country. Donald Trump says he wants to make America great again, but he's making America the 1930s again. Remember gave us the crash in 1929? Donald Trump gave us the stock market crash in 2025. Remember gave us Smoot-Hawley in the Great Depression? Donald Trump has given us the largest tariffs ever in American history, a plunge in consumer confidence, and he's destroying our economy. The Great Depression, 1930s, gave us 25% unemployment. Elon Musk has already fired hundreds of thousands of people, and government and federal employees, contractors. Lee Zeldin's gutting the EPA. They had no EPA in the 1930s, they had the Dust Bowl. Donald Trump is cutting the CDC.
2016.
Instead, millions of people died from polio, from measles, from tuberculosis. Donald Trump's gutting the NIH. In the 1930s, cancer was a death sentence. And then there's the Department of Education, that fired half the people. All of their civil rights organizations. They had no Department of Education, civil rights, and all of our schools were separate but equal. And then there's diversity. In the 1930s, if you were a Jewish American or a Black American, You're denied neighborhoods, jobs, society, education. Women could be secretaries, teachers, and nurses if they were unmarried. And if you were gay or lesbian or trans, you led a life of complete secrecy and repression. We are not going back. We will be fearless, relentless, angry, smart, and we'll be tireless. My favorite wisdom is all life asks of us is that we live it with courage. So let me give you one of the most courageous members of Congress, my friend Ilhan Omar from Minnesota.
Thank you so much, Representative Beyer, for that introduction. Hello, everyone. It is so good to be here with over 100,000 American patriots. It is a reminder that the American fighting spirit is alive. Because, folks, we are in a fight. We are in a fight for our democracy. We are in a fight for our Constitution. We are in a fight for our families. We are in a fight for the kind of future we want in this country. We are currently living through a president who wants to be a dictator. In America, we do not accept dictators and we do not accept kings.
We accept Jesus
We
Christ.
have a billionaire who has bought a seat next to the president, using him as a puppet. American democracy has never been for sale and it won't be today. We are seeing a cowardice. Congressional Republicans that are utilizing the chaos our fascist president is creating to cut Medicaid, Social Security, and take away our rights. While they give $4.5 trillion in tax cuts to their billionaire puppeteers. None of this is normal. This is why we have to fight for our Constitution. Because here's the thing. No matter who you are, Elon Musk and Donald Trump and corrupt congressional Republicans are coming for you. If you are a mother struggling to put food on the table, they are coming for you. If you have elderly parents that you are trying to put in a nursing home, they are coming for you. If you are a senior relying on Social Security, they are coming for you. If you have disabled children and you're trying to make sure they have access to education, by cutting the education department, they're coming for you. So they want you to believe. They want you to believe to look at your neighbor as the enemy. They want you to believe that it is because of trans kids that you can't have the necessary access to the programs we already paid for.
Pronouns. Look at that bull crap.
They want you to think it is okay to snatch people in the middle of the night and disappear them. They want to take away our pride as Americans in the Constitution and due process by putting people in foreign prisons in a dark hole.
They're not Americans. Fight for Americans.
They want to crash the economy so that they can set up a process of punishment and reward. So they can grab more power for who will bend the knee and give them access. None of this is normal. So if you want a country that has the marvelous Constitution
That's the channel
With that,
camera.
it is my honor to introduce Representative Simon of California. Hey, good people. So I've been
Yeah, we already won. They're delusional. They have to straighten out their camera.
To do one thing is to fight like hell against tyranny. You elected members of Congress to stand with a backbone 10 toes down, to fight and to win for the little girl right now who is in cancer treatment, who her parents are praying every minute for a cure, to be met by an administration who refuses to fund cancer research. You elected members to fight like hell and to deny their vote to a slimy administration who has proved time and time again that their cruelness is beyond no end.
Why are they so angry?
You elected us to adhere not only to the Constitution, but the promise of the framers. The Hebrew text.
You know what? Listening to these angry people, they got an angry person after angry person and talking about let's shout joy. And they're angry, they're just, delusional. They have lost the election. The Democrats lost the presidency. Trump won the election.
Thanks, man.
He won by the majority. He won by the popular vote. And go ahead.
Someone said you have the audacity to say God, but you worship, like I say, Matt, false prophet, someone who is extremely ungodly.
The only people I see ungodly are the Democrats' behavior. They are ungodly. They are not showing the love of God. They're not showing the love of Christ. And they certainly don't care about the American people. It's nothing that they have said that I've heard. I've been streaming this for like the last couple of hours. Not one person has said anything about the American people. What they would do for this country. What caused it? Why don't they start with what caused this situation? Why don't they talk about how we got here? Talk about how we got here. Talk about how there's no way on God's green earth that this just started January the 20th of 2025. And this is not from the past administration. We're going to be on here this week. Be honest about what's going on. No. And they all are upset. They all are angry. They want us to go with all the delusions. I'm not going to say a man. I will never say a man is a woman, ever. I'm not going to do it.
When Nikki just said the devil is their God.
That's who their God is. I'm never going to say that a woman is a man. That's not going to happen. I'm never going to accept them doing operations on children. You can't change a sex. That's impossible.
And abortion.
You can't change somebody's sex. They can't take a woman and make it into a man or a man into a woman. They can mutilate your body. Oh, thank you. Go ahead.
I Am Planet Hermit said, love what you're doing here, ma'am. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we will.
It's like unbelievable. Like when you look at what they're talking about, why don't they talk about what happened the last 4 years? How did we get here? Just take a moment. Even your worst critic, take a moment and just look at how did we get here? What happened that we got here? It's not that we don't want immigration, but you can't have 14 million or more people coming into any country with that mass invasion in 4 years.
I gotta say this.
What?
The same person said both things. They said you're obsessed with trans.
Yeah.
And they said the last 4 years were stable.
What was stable about it? What was stable? Okay. What was stable about high inflation? What was stable about that they destroyed the economy. What was stable about having millions of people come into our country? Millions of people homeless. I always put homeless in front because you got to understand they came with nothing. Over 14 million homeless people entered this country. And guess what came in? Criminals, over 15,000 rapists convicted, over 13,000 convicted murderers, the cartel, Hamas, terrorists, Transgenders gangs. We got everything that came in. And guess who's been taking care of them? American people. We've been taking care of even the terrorists. They made America unsafe.
Interactive, you're incorrect on that. Now, gay people have been in society in the past, but not trans people. People weren't changing and altering their gender by cutting off their private parts.
And they cutting off their private parts would never change their gender. Only things it does is mutilate them and make it so that they will never be able to reproduce. That's all they're doing. And guess what? More of them have commit suicide, suffer from depression than anyone else. So what's happening to them is a disservice. And a lot of them say, why did people allow that to happen? Why did all I said I was confused as a child, and then all of a sudden they rushing me in to have surgery? Those doctors can't change their sex because at the end of the day, the DNA is going to say what they are.
Val,
it will always say what they are.
Val, this isn't the past. We are black people of modern times.
Exactly. This is not 1800 or
we're living off food stamps.
Oh well, that has never happened. You know, black people are educated, well-to-do, have great jobs, careers. Let me say careers. Black people are not poor. Black people keep this country going.
Hey, listen to Charlie Kirk.
We have money invested in this country. And you know how the country was built off of slave labor. America wouldn't be what it is today without free labor. And that was off the backs of slaves. You know, so there's a lot of understanding, and people won't hold them accountable. And that's why I started this channel, because I knew that they were going to put it on Trump, everything that was wrong with this country. And he has to come in. He only has 4 years, and he's not wasting any time. And that's why he can't take the time and you know, make changes in the government, because he doesn't have time for that. His time is limited. 4 years to turn this nation around, and then he got to hand it off to someone else. And it's certainly not going to be a Democrat. I promise you that. They're not going to come back in here and do what they did the last 4 years, because y'all don't even hold them accountable. Trump didn't cause this mess that's going on. Your inflation, your economy, men and women bathrooms, same-sex marriages, teaching kids that they could have 2 daddies. None of this stuff was under his watch. 2 wars. There was no wars when he was president. All this stuff was handed to him.
Hey, Joshua, you've been watching too much CNN.
You know, somebody had to do something. America can't continue like this, but it's okay for 170 countries to charge us outrageous tariffs. 170 countries are overcharging the United States of America and taking advantage of us. Their countries have been profiting while we've been sinking. Our American citizens haven't been benefiting from it, but their countries are prospering. And y'all got a president that see the game and see what's been happening and know how to fix it. Instead of supporting him, you want to fight him on everything.
They now said, you'll wake up real soon. Let's see where inflation goes.
Where was inflation all this time? I mean, where have you been? Where was inflation the last 4 years? Where have you been?
You know, someone else said.
Then you wanted Kamala to come in who can't even talk.
Now someone else said.
To govern.
Now someone else said, all of us has been slaves at one point in history, but it was done a long time ago when they killed my people. We got to move past the hurts. We're better than that.
Yeah, everybody said, well, you got to move past. You know, you don't live it, but you don't forget it. We don't let nobody downplay it, because people suffered in this country. And when we bring up reparations and people got a problem with it, but there's no problem giving out reparations to illegal immigrants. At least we worked and we were in slavery. We built the country. At least we've done that. But if we say what we want, those hundreds of billions of dollars that's going to the immigrants should have went to black people, because we poured back into the economy. That would just been poured back into the housing, poured back into the markets, poured back into entrepreneurs, poured back into businesses. But you bring in 14, 15, 16 million. They say it might be 20 million illegal immigrants. But guess what? You're taking care of all of them. All of them are being taken care of. All of them. All of them. But nobody has a problem. I don't see the Democrats jumping up and down. They fight more for them. That's what I had. Why they fight more for illegal immigration than American citizens? It's like we have no rights. They couldn't even hear us. We were talking about how the prices of eggs, they couldn't hear us. We were talking about inflation, they couldn't hear us. We were talking about men and women's sports, couldn't hear us. They still can't hear us. It's like they still can't hear us. They still fighting for the illegal immigrants, but they didn't fight for the people who got killed by illegal immigrants. They won't even say their names. They don't fight for the people in North Carolina that lost their homes, that were living in tents. The government said, we don't have money for you. They don't fight for the people in California and the Palisades that the wildfires destroyed their communities, homes. Those fires destroyed everything. But there's no, where's the countries coming to rescue us? Like when there's catastrophes in other countries, we're there to give them billions of dollars. But nobody's helping America. Come on now. You know what I'm talking about. You don't want to admit it. You hear everything I'm saying. I'm saying that we have to take care of our own house. Take care of America. Take care of America. We're here. Take care of this country. This country's been through a lot. And one thing that I do respect about this past election is that we're one nation under God. We Americans came together, whether y'all realize it or not. Let us get out there and march. America came together. And we all voted for him. White people just didn't vote for Trump. It was black people, white people, Asians, Italians, Jewish people, Latinos, Hispanics, Native Americans voted for Trump. And that's how he won the popular vote. That's how he swept all the swing states. All of them. And they ran with $1.5 billion that they spent in 3 months. And y'all talking about the rich? Give me a break. Trump spent $182 million, and he had to run against Biden and Kamala. But they spent $1.5 billion. I don't know how much Biden spent, but Kamala spent $1.5 billion in 3 months and went $22 million in debt. After the election, she spent $1.5 billion in 3 months and went in debt. Was it 20 million or 22 million? Went in debt. And that's who you want your leader to become. Are you serious? And Trump, that was the same regime that was going to continue to destroy this nation. That's the same people that caused everything that Trump is trying to clean up. And somebody had to do it. And if he didn't do it, the nation, we were done. There was no coming back. And Trump knows it. And that's why God spared his life. And that's why he's a president. And that's why he's here.
They were trying to get everyone to damnation. That's what the Democratic
We weren't going to survive another 4 years of them. We weren't going to survive them.
Do you think people who are like, even people in the chat who are like so against President Trump, do you think they actually agree with the Democrats' policies or just hate Trump?
Ask them. That's a great question.
Yeah. Like, everyone's coming in the chat, it's against Trump, blah, 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 blase, blase. Like, are you for the Democrats' policies or do you just hate Trump? And that's for everyone that I've ever seen, ever met, that I would love to ask that question too. That's for the Democrats. It's like, which one is it? Because at this point, I'm thinking people are just against Trump. Anything Trump's, like he said at his event he was at recently.
The joint session.
Yeah, anything I say, they're going to be against. Anything I do, they're going to be against.
Are they answering the question?
I'm trying to see.
Because he only been in office for 2 months. So they already had voted prior to November the 5th. So what did they vote? Was it against him? Because Kamala didn't have any policies. They don't have any answers. Maybe the mic up next time.
Thanks, Carly. Someone replied. Someone said against. Okay. Someone said against Trump, he isn't Republican or conservative. He wants to be oh, I can't say that word. He wants to be a dictator. I can criticize both Dems and Republicans.
In what way? What was the Democratic Party? Because to me, they're the ones that were a threat to democracy. You didn't even get to choose who was running for president. They did a coup on Biden. Nobody voted for Kamala. You have to talk about get this together. I don't know what's wrong with the cameraman. It's like in Washington, there's a lot of rain.
I can get any girl that you've been dreaming of getting, bro. You don't know who you're talking to.
Here they go. Don't have no answer. They start
insult.
They start the insults. Now you could bet your money on that.
Thank you, Nikki. Appreciate it. Yeah. Nikki said I will date, huh?
Oh yeah. That's right. You can do that one over there. If that's too far. That's fine. Okay, and they're still out there. I'm like, what are they fighting for? I still don't know what was the point of these rallies. What are you actually fighting for? They're fear-mongering stuff that Trump hasn't even done. They're talking about stuff that hasn't even been done. You know, but why don't they talk about some of the things he did do? You know, they're not talking about. Do you have the remote? They're not talking about anything that he has done, no matter what he does. You know, they're not talking about it. But all they're doing is all of this pump up the hate, and that's the message. That's always a message, and they're trying to act like they're the civil ones. They're the ones that's, you know, the ones in their right mind. They're the ones, the party of sensibility, I guess. And they're far from it. Look, right there, I'm trying to find where oh, here it is. It's just ridiculous. I haven't heard anything that they said that they're going to do to make anything better. Do they have a better educational plan for the kids? What are they doing? Do they have a plan to get rid of all the waste? Do they have a tariff plan? What plans do they have? Have they brought any money back into this government? Why are all of them rich? Why are all the congressmen multimillionaires? Why are they all rich now after taking office? Who's paying them? Are they still if they look at the waste that Elon Musk has uncovered, the things he has uncovered, and you see the waste that's going on and these fake agencies and places, even Africa was talking about, they said they might talk about sending money to us, but we're not getting the money. We're not even getting the money. I hope they investigate all of them. How all of them are multi-millionaires when their salaries is like $172,000 a year? But they're all multi-millionaires. Even the new congressmen and women.
The richest man in the world has decided that our veterans don't deserve services, and your grandma does not deserve home fuel to heat her home.
Look at these lies. I mean, they're the ones.
The world's coming for our Medicare and our Social Security.
Here we go, the lies.
The and the Alzheimer's and the diabetes cures that we and our loved ones depend on. And they're doing it all. They are doing this all so that they can fund their next round of giveaways to their fellow billionaire buddies. So that Donald Trump and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk can have another yacht and another fat tax cut. And they know that this is not popular. They know that the vast majority of Americans do not want this. That is why they are attacking our democracy to cement their own power.
You're attacking the democracy.
They're attacking our freedom to vote. They are taking kids off the streets, students off the streets for their social media posts. They're imprisoning innocent fathers in a foreign prison. They're doing all of this.
Illegal immigrants.
They are willing to rip our democracy to shreds so they can sell the pieces off.
Hey, y'all, Lena got a lot of booze there. Can I get some cheers for her?
Boo! Yeah, they booing you.
So look, what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? You know, there are some Democratic leaders out there who say the smart strategy is to roll over and play dead. Should we roll over and play dead? Look around, y'all. The institutions that should be upholding our democracy, they are rolling over and playing dead. I got a list. I'm going to name some names. Collaborators, like law firms with Paul Weiss. Capitulators in legacy media institutions like the Washington Post and the LA Times. Craving universities like Columbia. Kleptocratic businesses like Amazon and Facebook. Look, when institutions that are supposed to uphold our democratic norms fail and fall, it's up to the people to step up. Are we going to step up? Are we stepping up? Are we stepping up? You bet your ass we are. You know why?
Wow.
You know what? Because as much as Musk, as much as Trump, as much as Congressional Republicans want us to think that they are in control, that they are all powerful, are they all powerful?
The people have spoken.
Here, let me ask you something. I believe that America is a constitutional republic. Is that right? What are the ideal number of kings in a constitutional republic? How many kings? How many kings? That sounds pretty good to me. 0 sounds like the right number to me.
That's their stream that's doing that. You know what? All they're doing is like they just want to say things that they think that's going to, you know, charge up the crowd.
Everyone here.
That's all that they're doing.
100,000 folks in D.C. right now. D.C., which is taxed without representation, 100,000 a year. But it's not just in D.C. Today, right now, we are all part of the single largest pro-democracy protest in years. Every single state, just about every single community.
Look at these people.
1,300 worldwide, y'all. Worldwide.
They're fighting against their own president. It's unbelievable.
This is incredible. This display of people power is absolutely incredible. It is not the end point in the fight against the fascist attack on our democracy. It's not the end point. It could be an inflection point. It could be an inflection point if we make it an inflection point. Look, we are not victims of world events, y'all. The fascists, they want us to fear them. Do we fear them? They know that fear is contagious. You know what else is contagious? Courage. Each one of us gets to choose what we put out into the world. What do we choose? What do we choose? What do we choose? Okay, so what do we do with that courage?
They've been fighting. They've been beating people up.
Congressional recess, just a few days away, begins April 11th. here's your task. I'm going to give you 3 tasks. If you ever worked with Indivisible, we love a good rally, but we like a plan too. We want to actually put a plan into action. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Step 1, there are 100,000 people here. I bet you don't know every one of them. I bet there are some new friends you can introduce yourself to right now. Look at these cool signs. Compliment your new friend on their sign. Exchange contact information. Do that before you go to lead this rally. You gonna do that? Okay, 2, on your way home, here's what I'm gonna ask you to do. Think of the 5 friends, people in your community who aren't here but could be here. Are you gonna do it? And 3, when you get home, it's up to you. Nobody is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. We have to save ourselves. We have to go. Join your local Indivisible group, or your local 5051, or your local Working Families Party group, or start your own, but it's up to you. It's up to you. Are we going to accept from our supposed leaders when they tell us to roll over and play dead? Remind me, how many kings? How many kings? How many kings? Damn straight. Okay, now let's go back and organize the protest this winter.
Thank you for joining Hands Off, the Pete Veto Rally in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, that rally was a bunch of nothing with no answers. That was just brought all the angry people all together so they could be in one crowd all together. That's all that was. That wasn't the people speaking, because nothing about them was about America.
In a world.
Nothing about them. Like, they are so focused on everyone else outside of this country and not for the country. Even when you have a president that's hitting back, I mean, it just doesn't, I don't know. Can someone tell me why it makes sense for us to pay 170 countries tariffs, but we got a president that wants them to pay us tariffs? I don't understand. I really don't understand. You know, this is just so unbelievable, the way that we're looking at things. I mean, Kamala wouldn't be able to do this. Biden didn't do anything. His entire presidency, he destroyed this country. And I didn't see one protest. Not one. Not one. This mess is going on is from the last 4 years of that Biden's administration. And not one, all those people out there are protesting against their own party. They're protesting against their own party. Everything that's going on was caused by their party. That's why even Trump had to bring Elon in to get rid of waste, because this country is so in debt and nobody's bringing money back in. And it took Trump to have, you know, to hit back to have money telling, look, made in America, you won't be charged tariffs. We need the businesses to do business here.
Is that Nick Shirley?
Yeah, that's Nick Shirley. Let's see who he's
It's just fair to compare him to somebody such as Adolf Hitler.
I wouldn't compare Musk to Hitler. I would compare him to some other people.
That's Nick Shirley.
I'm not sure who I would compare him to. What? Although
subscribe to him, he does amazing reporting.
Do you trust Anthony Fauci or Elon Musk more?
Fauci. Fauci is as smart as... Fauci is smarter than he ever claimed to be. Elon is not nearly as smart as he claims to be. And I say this as a person with an embarrassingly high IQ. Musk is not as smart as he would like everyone to believe he is.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a great rest of your day. All right, let's keep moving through. Here we go. All right, we're going back in. Back in. This is like Daniel entering the lion's den. Here we go.
Be careful, Nick.
Do you guys trust Anthony Fauci or Elon Musk more? Wow, look at this. This is crazy.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
So you said right
what you are angry about. So here's a marker.
Great.
Write what you want the government to keep their hands off of.
Let's see what the chat has to say.
What do you want to do?
What's up?
What do you want to write? Because I'll tell you something that are great now.
Let's see
What do you want the government to stop doing?
I'm gonna say, let's go America.
No, that doesn't match. It's what do you want the government not to do?
What I don't want them to do?
Hands off my.
Be careful with your answer.
And write IRS up here.
IRS. Let's get that ERS going.
Now you guys know that the IRS.
Oh, I was gonna do it.
It's just one word, so everybody has room.
IRS.
So you do know that the IRS is being defunded, and that's actually costing us tax dollars because they're not investigating people who are tax frauds. So we need to actually have him fund the IRS so that they can find the people who are cheating. So check that out.
I will check that out. How many people did Biden hire? Like he wanted like a couple thousand more people to work in the IRS?
So they could do more audits. They did studies. Yeah. They need people with experience and time to be able to investigate the complicated financial crimes that big businesses and individuals do. If you cut out the people who work there, you're not going to get the people who are scamming the United States. Wow. So
I just think we get taxed almost too much and we don't know where the money goes. Like I would like to know.
Be careful, Nick.
You need to support Congress.
Be careful, Nick.
And tell them to take the power back from the president.
Wow.
And tell them to do their job representing us and pass a balanced budget.
Take the power from the president.
This year, it's kind of confusing. Like I wish there was like a guide for me to understand what to do exactly.
You and everybody else.
Because there's like, I think there's like thousands of pages. I think there should just be like a quick breakdown. You plug in.
Tax reform.
So I had to hire somebody to do it for me.
She doesn't know who she's talking
Given
to.
bribes
That's
by
Nick Shirley.
tax companies for years. IRS wants it simple. They could come out with a simple plan, but H&R Block doesn't want you to. All the tax processing companies don't
And
want
it's
you.
like we pay so much in taxes, yet we're funding so many wars and stuff like that. I don't want to fund any of them.
Well, then you need to call your representative and have them pass a balanced budget. Tell them where you want your money to go.
Okay, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, by the way,
what's up?
I served. My husband served. My son is serving.
Thank
And
you.
here's the thing is, the things he's doing by cutting U.S. aid. The things he's doing by cutting U.S.
He's a Trump
aid.
supporting advocate, so he's got to get it.
The things he's doing by cutting U.S. aid and our positive actions in other countries, regardless of whether you think they're a good action or not, it's reducing the ability to keep peace in other countries. And trust me, I've seen it. Any goodwill we can do in another country is going to make our country safer. And so by cutting all that back, he's actually made my job, my son's job, harder. And your future less safe.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate you for your opinions. Have a great rest of your day. Alright, let's keep moving on. We're entering in through the dungeon, everybody. It's my birthday. You know, yesterday was my birthday, but we're celebrating today. You guys want to give me a little gift? You can go ahead and become a member. It is $5 a month to get extra live streams, extra exclusive content. It's a great time, members only. Alright, here we go, everybody. You can just go ahead and click right there. It's $5 a month. You can become a member only. Support the channel as we go all across the world. We're just in Ireland. Where else have we been this year? We've been to Ireland, Greenland, Panama, El Salvador, lots of places. Man, this is getting hectic. Boo! No more oligarchies.
Yes.
No more oligarchies. Crash them down. No more oligarchies, right?
Yes.
Yeah, isn't that great? It's so cool, huh? He's labeled himself as a Trump
He's
advocate.
flirting with her.
He voted for Trump.
Trump supporting agitator. Oh yeah.
That's him. Crazy stuff, man. Watch out for him. He's a wild man. Oh, sorry, sir. How are you? Having a good day today? Let's see. Never again. Oh, the humanities. They're eating the checks. They're eating the balances. How you guys doing? How many people do you think are out here today? Enough. We do a lot of people. Like 2,000, 3,000? 10,000 people? Oh my gosh. A lot of people are angry. A lot of people want to show their support. Waffles thinks terrorists are stupid. Thank you. The resistance is here. Do you guys think we're... Yeah, watch out for him. Yeah, he He's labeled himself as a Trump. No, he's not with me. He's not with me. I know, it's a great day out here today, right? Sun's out. Came in the suit today to look a little more professional.
Yeah, not enough. I take it back. Not enough.
Not enough. What? Too much? Too much suit? She said, too much suit. Too much professionalism.
Gotta get that music off. Gotta do this quickly. Glad it came out.
Start asking some of the folks out here. The minority destroying America. How you doing, ma'am? What's the sign say? Staying silent in times of injustice is privilege. Thanks for coming out here today. What are you guys most worried about? Yeah.
Just the future of our country in general. I think the overall hate that's being spewed by the current presidency is just really dangerous just for our society in general.
Would you have been more hopeful underneath the presidency of Kamala Harris?
It's a hard question. Honestly, I'm not sure.
Who do you think was the best out of the two options, Trump or Kamala?
Oh, out of the two options, Kamala.
Whoa.
I don't think, unfortunately, in our current state of America that we have a good option.
Kamala was drunk the half the time she's running for
Trump's done with
president.
his term. Where do you think America's at in 2028? Don't engage with him.
Yeah, make her describe her oligarchy.
Where do you think we are when Trump's over? When his term's over? Anywhere? Where do you think we are by the time Trump's done with his term? Where do you think America's at? Tough question, right?
Yeah, that's tough.
You guys go to college? Are you guys in college right now? Graduated? What's the college experience like here in Utah? You guys go to U? No?
They have no answers. That's what happens. They literally be having no answers. It's just amazing when you ask the questions that they are unable really to respond. Like, okay, why was Kamala how was Kamala, can someone on here, especially a Democrat, would Kamala have been a better president? You think that she would be able to sit in the room with Putin? Or President Xi? Or North Korea President when she couldn't even talk to Fox News? She couldn't talk to even reporters who were on her side without a teleprompter.
Yeah, Tom, and how long has Trump been in office?
I mean, it's like people don't even understand he's only been in office for 2 months.
Yeah, he hasn't has prices going down yet.
Sure. Should have asked Biden that. They act like he wasn't even president for the last 4 years.
The option to walk away.
It's delusion.
Do you believe that
My roommate is being threatened to be fired.
Yeah, the prices go down before Biden left.
He protects our water in the Salt Lake Valley.
It's a big issue we have here in Salt Lake Valley with water. Do you think there is corruption in government? Do you think there is government?
They're just shouting, can't answer questions. She don't want to answer anything. She doesn't know what to say.
Gee, that's kind of weird. You bring a sign labeling yourself as a Nazi Trump.
Nazi
Crazy
Trump.
stuff, man. How you doing?
Wow.
You got a voodoo doll.
Those are your Democrats.
Ma'am, wait, what do we got here? We got the ruler, we got the meter, we got pins in the Vladimir Putin, shoulders, and then we got pins into Donald Trump, right in the crotch.
You want to play spot yourself?
So she has a voodoo doll.
We'll do it. Where should we put it?
You decide.
I'll put
Where do you think I'll get it?
right here in the head.
There you go.
Damn. Great creativity, man. Have a great day. And do you think Trump and Putin are too good of friends?
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Do you think the United States has aligned too much with Russia?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
What do you think happens in Ukraine and Russia? What do you think happens with
Yeah,
Ukraine
she
and
was
Russia?
just another empty pants.
Well, we certainly undermine Ukraine's ability to maintain the fight that they've been able to maintain by.
It's pretty amazing they've been able to fight for so long.
And then just completely changing the truth about who started that war. So I don't know what's going to happen.
The Democrats
What do you think,
intentionally made Trump a felon.
How do you think the war
That
ends?
was intentional.
And do you think Donald Trump could bring a resolution to the war?
I don't think Donald Trump has.
You think Biden
he
could
end the war?
You think Kamala
on
could?
Russia's side, but I don't think the resolution would be fair or benefit the Ukrainian people. I mean, I don't think it would be a fair settlement.
Yeah. Do you think do you think it's possible for there to be a fair settlement in a war?
In that war, no, I don't think there would be a fair settlement if we are flipping the facts and saying that Ukraine started a war. They're just defending their land.
They are defending it.
And Russia's also really silencing what's going on in their own country.
Yeah, nobody ever knows what comes. Like, it's weird that we don't ever get any news that comes from Russia, right?
Yeah, no news from Russia.
They got it locked down.
Yeah, and journalists get locked down, and so Russia's a dangerous ally. Dangerous.
You think they are ally?
I think Trump considers them an ally more than.
Would you rather have them be an ally or an enemy?
Oh, an enemy. Russia is not an ally.
Thank you so much for your time. We'll let you get back to protesting. Have a good one.
He's not telling them how he really feels.
Steve Jobs, close. Oh, look just like me in the turtleneck. Oh, man. President, what's this sign? What's the sign?
Calling him a Nazi.
Oh.
Calling him Hitler. That's what this sign is.
What comparisons do you draw between Donald Trump and Adolf Hitler?
They both call themselves kings. They both think they're the shit, but they're not the shit. They're a piece of shit.
That's pretty good right there. They're not the shit.
Sound like a
piece of
true
shit.
Democrat speaking. That's all they do.
Man, it's a crazy day out here today. Lots of people are excited and very angry. Like, for instance, right here we got, let's see, hands off Elon, mind your dang business.
Yeah, he has a business though. He doesn't take care of his business, his Tesla stocks, whoop.
Yeah, it's gone down.
So, I don't know, man. If he can't run Tesla, I don't think he can run the United States. So.
He's not. Well, you think Doge is bad things?
Yeah, Doge suck. It's not, it wasn't elected by the people, it was just plopped down by one branch of government.
Yeah, put some bass in your voice.
It's cutting a bunch of things that it doesn't have power over. Like Congress, it's supposed to have power over the purse, but no. Doge? Who the fuck are these guys?
Wow.
Do you think there is weights in the government?
That's the only way that they know how to speak.
Yes, but not at the cost of Doge.
Not at the cost of Doge. No. So how do you think it, do you think it needed to have somebody come in like Elon Musk, one of the smartest men to ever walk the planet?
No. You should just go to the congressperson who would care about cutting costs.
What congressperson?
That's what you should have done instead of electing some crazy sociopathic Tesla-owning piece of shit.
Oh, okay.
That's enough of them. It's just like, it's too much. Their energy is so off that none of them are saying anything about policies, anything about what they want. All they do is curse, and on their talking points is either mentioning Elon or Trump. But they're not saying anything. We're the spokespeople out. We're the spokespersons. Where are your elected officials? Why aren't they being shown?
Well, look what they have to look up to: AOC and Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's who. That's who. And Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah, Schumer. They have no one to look up to. It's like, you would think that they were all the elected officials for these people would be up front in these the hands-off protests.
This little kid with that flag.
Indoctrinating. This is a little boy with a
To a child.
little boy with
Let's not talk to a child.
you talking to a child, but you got him with a gay flag. You got your son with a gay flag. Talking about talking to a child.
Go give a speech.
That's how he was ready to fight.
Yeah.
That's how they are. They ready to fight. He was ready to fight. I mean, If you're going to stand for something, like when I do rallies and I, you know, have a protest or whatever, then I give people an agenda. What is the agenda? What are they going to accomplish after this, all this hate and all this anger? And this is what are you fighting for? They look, he's fussing at them too. What are they fighting for?
We're good. How you guys doing? Having a great one? Thank you. Lots of people out here. Let's see, who shall we talk to, everybody? Remember, you guys, we're gonna do a members only live stream as well today. Should be wild. Members only. We're gonna go up. Maybe I should go try to give a speech again. Oh, now they're trying to ask Mike Lee. What's up? How you doing, man? What do you got here today in support of?
Pride.
Right.
And
Pride. Oh, look at the boy. Look at his son.
What are you talking to this kid? To a child.
He got his son talking about he out here for pride.
All right, let's talk.
And you want to be a tough man now.
So we can have a conversation?
Teach your son how to be a man.
We'll move on up. I'm gonna go give a speech.
Wait, I want this part.
Whoa, that's a good Photoshop job. Photoshop's tough. Good work. Alrighty. How you doing? Spider-Man. Oh, I know you. How you doing? Get the fuck out of here.
Look at him.
Spider-Man. I want to talk to Spider-Man.
Wow.
He wants to talk to you. Get the fuck out. He was very happy until you started talking. That's the guy from the thumbnails.
Look at that. Do y'all see that? I mean, come on now. That's your Democrat Party. See, this is what I'm talking about. Did you hear? Yeah, that was cringe. First, you got this man trying to like he macho, and his son is wearing a freaking gay flag on him, and he gonna come and he gonna man up to him.
What I'm trying to say is that guy that was trying to take up for his son that he's not raising correctly. He was playing music on his phone to get him copyrighted his stream, so he wouldn't make money from the stream. Is what he was doing.
This is insanity on another level. Then you go to then this other man got his kid there, dressed as Spider-Man, and then he throws all those F-bombs at him. Nick gotta be careful. That's why he's not telling what he really feel. Yeah. Because this is derangement. I think it's true. Donald Trump derangement syndrome is true. Donald Trump syndrome. TDS. TDS is real. That's insanity. He gotta be careful out there.
Not like them wanting their money. In reality,
somebody trying to steal their happiness.
In reality, they're talking about cutting money, and they're not trying to steal Social Security money at all. They're gonna make Social Security better for people because they're getting dead people off of Social Security. There's thousands of people, millions of people that were on Social Security that were dead. And they're getting angry about it. They've never said they're going to cut Social Security. They've never said they're going to cut Social Security.
We had aspirations for the future. We were going to go back to school, study something.
Thank you for the donation. We appreciate it.
You better be careful.
Donations. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Could you just say, do your research? Okay, I can also do that. Get on the chop on it. Thanks, George Soros. Yes.
Like, it's not worth going through all that out there. It's not worth it.
And we saw what happened to that girl we showed earlier. How the lady attacked her because she had a different opinion on it.
They're valid. They attacked, and I don't even watch him. I really don't even like him. What's his name? Officer Tatum. Like, they take and they even attacked him. It's like, it's just so unbelievable, the stuff that's going on, that it's incredible. I don't understand it. I really don't. Like, they had all this stuff going on and no one had anything to say. No one. And they don't even know what they're fighting for. Yeah, it's crazy. This stuff is going on all over the United States of America. All of these people are protesting, and my thing is, this has been going on for the last 4 years. Where were they while all this stuff was going on? How are you going to blame someone that just had taken office for the last 2 months, and this was all put in his lap? These wars, the economy, inflation. He didn't cause that. He didn't cause any of it. It's unbelievable.
Campus yesterday afternoon, and a Yolo County elected leader says it appears to be a coordinated assault at a Turning Point USA event.
As ABC 10's Garth Paul Songo reports, the incident is sparking outrage and getting widespread attention.
That's Officer Tatum.
A disturbing scene unfolded on UC Davis's campus Thursday afternoon.
Look at them.
As a confrontation between a conservative speaker and counter-protesters turned violent, now being investigated by UC Davis police.
There's never a place for that kind of intimidation or violence on a university campus.
Beth Bourne is with Moms for Liberty, and she is also a UC Davis employee. She walked into the fray holding a sign. As the video shows, she was assaulted while trying to engage with the crowd, which mostly wore masks.
I wanted to go there with my signs. Not believing in gender ideology is not hate. Someone reached out and grabbed my sign, and then as I kind of reached in to get my sign back, I think I got hit with an umbrella. And then as I turned away, someone punched me in the back of the head.
UC Davis Chancellor Gary May condemned the violence, calling it both disappointing and embarrassing. In a statement said in part, quote, "What happened was appalling and completely unacceptable. There is zero tolerance for violence on our campuses, zero." Yolo County District Attorney Jeff Bryson also condemning the incident, also saying in a statement, "There are clear indications from the evidence, including video footage of the crime, that this was a coordinated effort, which makes it a felony under California law. The incident took place on the Quad."
That's
Turning Point
Officer
USA
Tatum. He's a
advocates for
YouTuber.
conservative politics on college campuses. The UC Davis chapter invited activist Brandon Tatum to host a Prove Me Wrong event. It turned violent. The group's co-founder Charlie Kirk shared the confrontation video on X, and it was shared by Elon Musk.
It was kind of surreal for me to be assaulted. I'm not used to that.
Timothy Blank, another attendee who was in the red hat and black t-shirt, was also caught in the violence.
I put out my arms and I tried to block them, and they just plowed through us and pummeled us.
Thank you so much, Carly. That really means
That's
a lot.
that is so. We really want to thank you. Thank you so much. And we don't ask for anything, but we appreciate it. Read what she said.
She said, "You two are an inspiration. Thank you for what you do, speaking the truth and informing the masses of the facts. Speaking the truth and informing the masses. Have a coffee and Danish on me. Bless him."
Thank you. We
God
will.
bless you too.
When we leave, he wants to go to
Chick-fil-A. Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for the blessings. We love you. We appreciate that
Love
you do
you.
take time. We see you on the channel, and we're growing. But one thing that we want to be is authentic, and we're going to continue speaking the truth.
If I could, I would make her a mod, but it's not.
Yeah,
working.
well, we will the next time. Something with the stream, I don't know if it's YouTube or whatever. We're unable to even view the views that are being hidden, or even like we would like to make you a monitor. So the next time, thank you for subscribing. We do appreciate that. We love you. Thank you for supporting us. Everyone is supporting us. We don't take it lightly, because you could be doing something else with your time, but we felt as though that it was important to have people that are authentic, that they're not just caving into the biases that are going on with mainstream media or different content creators. They kind of lean towards like what people want to hear. We're simply speaking the truth 2.0, and we welcome other people's opinions, because we're not all knowing. But thank you for subscribing. Thank you wholeheartedly, Carly. Hopefully we'll see you back on here soon. And we want to make you a monitor, because we need people like you. I want to finish putting this on what happened to Officer Tatum.
I got hit in the face at least 2 times.
Blank believes this incident is a part of a troubling trend at UC Davis.
This is not the first time this has happened. This happens every single time. Every single time a conservative comes on campus, the same crew comes out to try to stop the event.
And Bourne adds she was interviewed by the FBI regarding this incident. The university adds that they're committed to free expression and an open dialogue on campus. Reporting from UC Davis, Garch Paul Sunga, ABC 10.
That's crazy, and that's what's going on now, and that's so disturbing. It's troubling, what's happening, and people, just like you have, like you're going to look at, even if you look at the news tonight, they're going to show you all the protests from New Jersey. I think it's like 40 there. There's Philadelphia, Chicago, all your cities, all the Utah, all California, all your states. Like they're having the rallies, but what are they standing for? The election is already won. President Trump has been voted in by the people, and he even got the popular vote. So the election is over with.
Okay. So to the Democrats watching and to you, what do you think would happen if I showed up with my Trump hat on? What do you think, Mom?
What do I think would happen if you went there with your Trump hat on?
Yeah.
Those people, they dangerous. They not in their right mind. They are angry, and they've been indoctrinated into a cult of their own, that they're supposed to hate Trump so much that they take it out on supporters. And being American, you're allowed to vote for whomever you want to. It's supposed to be the freedom. They're for the freedom of speech. How you for the freedom of speech or freedom or you're for free elections, but when people don't vote the way you want them to, you want to attack them. And you have family members that's not speaking to family members because they voted for Trump. And guess what they told them to do? Don't talk to your family members.
Yeah, Carly said, bro, they would be attacking you and yelling at you. Don't do it, LOL.
Yeah, no, he ain't. I ain't gonna let. But then they're going to contend with me. Because we gonna look, we hit back. It ain't gonna be no one-way fight. We gonna fight, and we gonna call in the troops. We gonna fight you. We not gonna we don't do one-way fights. We hit back. But we not, God said use wisdom. We wouldn't go out because they've been taught to be angry. That's why they're upset, and they're not even. When you go out there, you're supposed to have a plan. Where are the politicians? What are they going to get out of even all this marching? Mm-hmm. Trump is still going to. He's not deterred by them. He's going to do what he set out to do. Period. I got it, Cindy. I feel you, love. I love you too. You're right, Mrs. Cindy. Thank you so much, you guys. It just, I don't think that anything was accomplished. There was nothing accomplished. Only thing that they did was just, be upset.
I want to know, what problem are they having with Trump? And you didn't have any problem with Biden. But what has Trump done so far that you don't agree with and don't like?
Thank you. Salute to you, Carly. Yeah, what problem are they having that they didn't have with Biden?
Someone said he's the freaking president. Who else are they going to put it on?
Okay. But how come they didn't put on Biden? He was the freaking president.
Yeah.
Biden was the freaking president. Why didn't they put anything on Biden?
Wow. The mister said the average family had more money under Trump last time, and under Biden, the average single person spent $11,000 more.
That's what we got with Biden. And that's what we need to be putting out there more. The Bidenomics. And everything that they're complaining about was under that regime. And it's just so unimaginable that they seemingly have their frustrations and anger directed to the wrong people. The people that they should hold accountable are the people that they're standing with right now. That party caused this mess, but they want to blame it on Trump. They caused it, but he been in office for 2 months. They've been in office for 4 years. Even a child can do that math. They've been in power for 12 out of the last 16 years. 12 of the last 16 years, they have been in power. The Democrats have had the presidency. So I'm confused. It's like misplaced anger. It's like they need to be, it's like maybe they're angry at themselves because that's where it belongs. The things that they're saying, it doesn't really make sense because they know who is in office.
Oh, Draymond's in the chat. Someone said, are you not seeing what's happening to our stock market?
Yeah, we see what's happened to the stock market. Trump caused it to crash. We see, you know, that was they knew it was going to happen.
Draymond John said, yet you blame the Democrats from the past.
You think the stock market hasn't crashed before? You think since Trump got in office, that's the first time the stock market crashed? Are you kidding me? That's all purposely being done. We're doing business right now, but you don't understand it. You know? You don't understand it. Yeah, it crashed because you know what? We got to go through birthing pains. This is a part of it. That's the state of this nation. And he got to do what he got to do for the betterment of this country. Guess what? Everybody want to come to the table now. Guess what? Those countries are calling him and they want to renegotiate those tariffs. And matter of fact, they want to pay more than what he was even asking now. Okay? So I have a problem with us being 170 countries having us to pay tariffs, and we got Americans jumping up and down, talking about leave them alone. Get out of here.
I guess Draymond liked the prices of eggs when Biden was in office.
They like everything.
The price of milk and the price of gas. I guess he liked all of that when Biden was in office.
They won't blame the people that that should be held responsible. Yeah. They've been taught from the media to blame Trump. They were blaming Trump, and Trump wasn't even president. Biden was president. And I'm like, why do they keep acting like Trump is the president right now? When he was running for president, Biden and Kamala was vice president, but they were blaming Trump while they were in power. That's how crazy it is now. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You know, they out here and they're not standing for anything. And they haven't promised their constituents anything. I bought eggs yesterday and they were $2.99. $2.99. That's what the price of eggs that I bought yesterday. I couldn't believe it. $2.99. You know, I hurried up and bought those. I was like, they $2.99. But nobody talk about that the price is going down, and Trump wasn't responsible for your high egg prices or your high price. He wasn't even the president. Blame the people that were in office. That's what I say.
Yeah, Mark said I live in Mark said I live in New York and gas and egg and groceries are going down, which I'm shocked living in New York.
They're going down. But they're not going to report that. And mind you, this wasn't his problem. Let's see, I forget his name.
From polio, from measles, from tuberculosis. Donald Trump's gutted the NIH. The 1950s cancer was a death sentence.
It sounds like they booing.
Of education, they fired half the people. All of their civil rights organizations, they had no Department of Education, civil rights, and all their schools were separate but equal. And then there's diversity. In the 1950s, if you were Jewish American or Black American, you were denied neighborhoods, jobs, society, education.
Yeah, keep on keeping us divided.
Women, secretaries,
keep us divided.
If you're gay or lesbian or trans, you led a life of complete secrecy and repression.
To Andrea, I mean, you could say that, but rich people still know how to budget their money. Have you seen what Bill Gates, his dress attire looks like, his sneaker attire? They still save their money. So
and they're Democrats.
They don't want to overpay for things, even though they have the money to pay for it. Doesn't matter what your wealth is. You still want to use your money wisely.
We are not going back. We will be fearless, relentless, angry, smart.
That's what Kamala kept saying, and Trump got elected.
My favorite wisdom is all
that was her speech.
Is that we live it with courage. So let me give you one of the most courageous members of Congress, my friend Ilhan Omar from Michigan.
Go. Tell us, give us answers. Give us answers. Stop the Trump talking points.
We have a billionaire who has bought a seat next to the president using him as a
And we had billionaires that was running the country for Biden.
American democracy has never been for sale and it won't be today. We are seeing a cowardice. Congressional Republicans that are utilizing the chaos our fascist president is creating to cut Medicaid, Social Security, and take away our rights. While they give $4.5 trillion in tax cuts to their billionaire puppeteers. None of this is normal. This is why we have to
tell all the
fight
truth.
Stop, tell all the truth. Because here's the thing, no matter who you are, Elon Musk and Donald Trump and corrupt congressional Republicans are coming for you. If you are a mother struggling to put food on the table, they're coming for you. If you have elderly parents that you are trying to put in a nursing home, they are coming for you. If you are a senior relying on Social Security, they are coming for you. If you have disabled children and you're trying to make sure they have access to education, by cutting the education department, they're coming for you. So they want you to believe. They want you to believe to look at your neighbor as the enemy, and they want you to believe that it is because of trans kids that you can't have the necessary access to the programs we already paid for.
Why are we paying for it? Why?
Okay to snatch people in the middle of the night and disappear them. They want to take away our pride as Americans in the Constitution and due process by putting people in foreign prisons in a dark hole.
They weren't American, lady.
They want to crash the economy so that they can set up a process of punishment and reward. So they can grab more power for who will bend the knee and give them access. None of this is normal. So if you want a country that has the marvelous constitution we have to fight for it. If you want a country that still believes in due process, we have to fight for it. If you believe in a country where we take care of our neighbors, look after the poor, and make sure our children have a future they can believe in, we have to fight for it. So are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? Let's go fight and win. And with that, it is my honor to introduce Representative Simon of California.
We don't want to hear her. We don't want to hear her. These people are just, that look like Buttigieg. No, that's not him. They had Al Green, the one that got put out of the joint session.
With my colleagues, all of whom are liberated Democrats. Let's hear it for these liberated Democrats. All of whom.
Liberated Democrats.
All of whom are unbossed, and unafraid.
Liberated, that's what he called them. Liberated Democrats. Okay, got it. Got the memo.
To stand up for the many seniors that are among us.
That cane does make him look like a pimp. I'm sorry.
I'm afraid to say to Donald Trump, hands off Medicaid and Medicare. It belongs to our seniors. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme.
He didn't put his hands on it, sir. They talking about stuff Trump didn't even do.
And we have to tell President Trump that Canada is not going to become the 51st state.
God bless you, Carly. Thank you so much.
Russia invaded Ukraine. Greenland is not for sale. And he also needs to know, dear friends, that Gaza is not going to become a resort. Gaza is not going to become a resort.
I don't even know what he's talking about. I really, now I tell my Gaza is not going to become a resort. These people are just out of their minds. But anyway, you guys, we've been on here for a while, for the last few hours. And like this is going on like nationwide. And it's just heartening to see that these people get up here and they have nothing. These are some of the Democratic leaders, finally, that I got to see some of them. And they had nothing to say, nothing to offer to people, only fear-mongering. Fear-mongering. That's all. But what is there, like as a leader, they're supposed to say, this is what I'm going to do with Medicare. This is what I'm going to do with Medicaid. This is what I'm fighting for. Nothing. They're empty suits, empty vessels. Nothing for the American people. You know, nothing. They're not doing anything to bring money into the economy. They want the school system is so out of touch. The Board of Education, what was actually been happening to the children, what's going on in this country, they just simply aren't learning under this system. It's broken. And when someone want to come in to change it, then that's a problem. It's because something needs to be done. All this wasteful spending, all the stealing that's been going on with our tax dollars, you know, they should have to ask us before they spend our money. They give it to the world, and then when we need it, it's unavailable. So anyway, you guys, we're going to jump off of this. Thank you for coming. I know all the news media channels, I'm going to listen to see their take on the whole event. Like, what did they accomplish? I think the Republicans and MAGA, they need to get out of there. They need to get and have a real rallies. They want to see real rallies. They need to see the people that voted this man into office, because that was the majority. So everything they're talking about is going against for the people that put him into office. They're not speaking for us. And all that hate and all that violence, all that anger, all the lies, half-truths, fear-mongering, all that they're doing is the same things that they were doing throughout the whole election. And guess what? Trump got elected. In spite of all of that, they still have the same game plan. Same game plan. Not one of them, all of them, the new thing is cursing. That's the new thing. They all just cursing and cussing and yelling, and all their supporters are doing the same thing. Because they lead by example. They're doing what the leaders are doing. If they're not level-headed, then they're not going to be level-headed. They don't even understand these people caused this predicament. They caused everything that's going on. They were the Democrats were the cause of it. And I can say that. I voted in 2020 for that terrible administration. And I regret it. I had no idea that that Biden was going to actually be president, that they were going to open up the borders, that they were going to have Transgender Day on Easter Sunday, that they were going to do all this stuff that has happened, economy, inflation, the 2 wars. They're responsible for all of it. And then even when they both were running for re-election, that was like an off topic. And they want to blame Trump for their administration. It's inconceivable. It's hard to believe that they're not in some freaking la-la land or bubble land, because it's just unbelievable. And then they got all this anger displaced anger when they should be angry at their own party that caused it. They caused this mess. They should direct some of that anger to their elected officials. They caused this mess. While they getting all this money on the table, and all of them are somehow multimillionaires. And their salaries is like $100,000, $170,000 a year. But they all are multimillionaires. I mean, how does that happen? Who's paying them? What companies are paying them? So anyway, thanks you guys for coming on. Don't forget to leave a comment. You know, I do look at comments. I can answer. It's hard like to do it like when you're online. Like, I'm not ignoring you guys, but it's hard to read everyone's comments, to respond. But if you leave a comment, like, how do you feel about the rallies? Do you think that their hands off accomplish anything? Or was this just to show how angry they are, the same anger? Or is it misplaced anger? Should they be holding the elected officials in their party more responsible? They voted for this. They voted for that past administration. They passed those laws. They passed those executive orders. This was their doing. What was the purpose of this? Are they more organized now? Do they have a message? Do they have a leader? What was the message? What was the answer? You had all this going on, but what was the answers? Did they get any answers? It's like they just got out there and they all had the same speech. Like, just talk about Trump, talk about hate, fear-mongering, just talk about Medicare, Medicaid. Nobody's even on those topics. Just keep talking the same talking points they did while Trump was running for president. So anyway, just leave your comments, subscribe, like, share. And I did start another channel. It's called Let's Pray About It. So that's all going to be devoted to prayer, because prayer changes things. So you need to be praying about all these situations. So anyway, you guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and check out my other channel. God bless you. God is good.